This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Okay, this is one. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to an account and scrutinise his policy. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. So can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the public gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. Members are reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask Rebecca Arnold to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Assembly Members Fortune, Sheikh and Ahmad, and I believe Assembly Member Bakari is joining us by Zoom. She's joining late. Thank you.
Please can I advise Assembly members, guests and those watching the meeting here in the chamber or the webcast that we will be beginning the meeting by observing a minute's silence today in recognition of road traffic deaths in London over the last year. And if you are able, please could I ask you to now stand for a minute's silence. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since the last all-Assembly meeting at Mayor's Question Time on the 12th of October, as part of an investigation into child poverty in London, the Economy Committee examined the scale and causes of child poverty in London and how it differs across boroughs and the impact of growing up in poverty on children. The Environment Committee met to investigate the challenges of increasing supply of low-carbon skilled jobs and how effective the Mayor's programme has been to date. The Planning and Regeneration Committee looked at the 15-minute city concept and whether or not it could benefit the health and well-being of Londoners. The Police and Crime Committee visited Bethnal Green Police Station to explore the work of the Drug Intervention Programme, Project ADDA, in Hackney and Tower Hamlets. The Housing Committee examined the Mayor's plan for delivery under the Affordable Housing Programme for 2021-26, including when building will start on the programme. The Cost of Living Working Group hosted a conference in City Hall, bringing together researchers, service delivery organisations and Londoners to share their knowledge and experience of the cost of living crisis. The audit panel considered how grant programmes are managed across the GLA. As part of its investigation into London's waters, the Environment Committee visited the Thames Water Mogden sewage treatment works to understand the site and to discuss future investment plans. The Budget and Performance Committee met to hear from financial experts on the effectiveness of the Mayor's current budget priorities, as well as discussing future financial trends and challenges ahead for next year's budget. For the second meeting in an investigation into preventing violence and protecting young people, the Police and Crime Committee examined the impact of interactions with the Metropolitan Police on the trust and confidence of young people in London. And the GLA Oversight Committee discussed the implementation of the GLA sourcing of the human resources services from a shared service with Transport for London. That's a lot of words which I don't really understand when I string them together, even though I was at the meeting. And finally, yesterday we had a very successful site visit to St Mary's, Paddington, at the invitation of Red Thread to look at the trauma-informed practice for victims of crime. And as chair of the Assembly, I was attending, along with 80 other people, the conference in the City Hall 2 weeks ago. It was really inspiring to both speak as chair and to facilitate the discussions at a table throughout the day. Representatives of service providers, charities and Londoners with experience of cost of living challenges shared their thoughts on potential policy solutions. I also had the honour of representing the Unsung Hero Awards of with the Chief Officer, Mary Hartley, here on Monday evening as part of the GLA's Black History Month activity. It was really good to meet and award staff who were nominated by the staff networks for making an impact, embodying GLA values, and it was a chance to sing the praises of many of those unsung heroes who we encounter every single day as members of the Assembly. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? Can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the Mayor's question time held on the 12th of October 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record? We now move on to today's principal business, a question and answer session on policing and crime in London. Joining us here in the chamber today are Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, and Sir Mark Rowley, Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as chair to you both. Assembly members will then put supplementary questions. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their questions, and I would ask the guests to be as succinct as possible so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. So to start, to both our guests, what are the biggest challenges with regards to policing in London, and how are you and the Metropolitan Police Service delivering for Londoners? Mr. Mayor, if you want to go first.
Thank you, Jim. I'll kick off. The biggest challenge and my biggest priority as Mayor is keeping Londoners safe. My police and crime plan sets out my priorities for policing and community safety. These are reducing violence in all its forms, including violence against women and girls, increasing trust and confidence, improving the service provided to victims of crime, and protecting Londoners from criminal exploitation and harm. Thanks to record investment from City Hall into the Met Police Service and London's Violence Reduction Unit, we're seeing positive results in reducing crime. Since I became Mayor in 2016, knife crime with injury amongst under 25s is down, gun crime is down, homicide is down, burglary is down, but I'm not complacent. Every incident of serious violence is a tragedy for the people involved, and my heart goes out to all the families who've lost loved ones to violence. Met Police Service officers do vital and courageous work, often putting themselves in harm's way to ensure Londoners stay safe. But they're working against the backdrop of a decade of government underfunding of the police, which has made their jobs much harder. We've invested into the Met Police Service to help plug some of the gaps and to help the Commissioner deliver his new Met for London plan. Specific investment we've made from City Hall this year alone includes funding for 500 extra PCSOs to boost neighbourhood policing, £12 million for a new Met Police Service Leadership Academy, and £5 million to improve the service provided to victims through the Met Police Service Contact Centre. That's on top of the record investment of over £1 billion from City Hall since 2016, putting an additional 1,300 police officers on our streets. We've seen certain types of crimes rising as a result of the cost of living crisis, and the Commission and I have been working hard to address this. For instance, we recently brought together mobile phone companies to discuss tech changes that could help prevent mobile phone theft. But we need the government to come to the table too. You can't keep people safe on the cheap, and it's vital that the Met Police Service receives the £159 million additional funding the Home Office itself agrees is owed to London. Under Sir Mark's leadership, the Met Police Service is making good progress on reform too, addressing the serious issues outlined both in Baroness Case's review and by HMI CFRS. We've already seen the Met Police Service, under Sir Mark's leadership, rooting out more rogue officers more quickly, driving up emergency call response handling times, increasing the percentage responded to within 10 seconds from 57% to 78%, and improving positive outcomes from stop and searches. We want this change to continue. The London Policing Board, which Baroness Casey recommended, has been set up, and I, Chair, will play an important role in that process. I'm committed, Chair, to supporting the Met Police Service, whilst also challenging them to improve, hold them to account, and ensure that Londoners receive the police service they deserve. And I look forward to answering questions from colleagues in the Assembly this morning.
Commissioner.
Chair, thank you very much for the schoolboy error. Sorry about that.
We all do it, don't worry.
It doesn't matter how many times you come to these sort of fora, is it? You can still have a moment of absent-mindedness. Chair, thank you very much for the opening question. 3 points on challenge. I think the first one is the toughening context for us to operate in. If I just reflect on the sort of just over a year I've been in post as Commissioner, in terms of the issues that bend us out of shape, we've had major state events such as obviously the late Queen's funeral and the coronation. We've had the most extraordinary series of protests trying to disrupt London, unprecedentedly through JSO and others, and now we have a sort of crisis in the Middle East, creating lots of trauma for London's communities and having massive knock-on effects that's requiring an enormous amount of policing attention. I'm sure we'll talk about that more in detail later. All of those events bend us out of shape as we try to do day-to-day policing alongside them. My second point then, it goes to that stretch. We're policing London today with 28% less money per head of population in real terms than we had a decade ago. Overlaid with that increasing workload and those major challenges. It's not only about the size of the organisation, it's about the shape of the organisation. For a range of historic decisions, pressures have led to an organisation that's not in the right shape. We have by far the smallest percentage of police staff in the organisation nationally, which means we've got police officers doing HR functions and other back office jobs, which isn't the best use of their time, but we are constrained by resource targets that don't enable us to recruit the right shape of workforce, and we're further stretched by challenges such as the criminal justice system, which is slower than ever before, and files, investigative and prosecutorial work today is at least 5 times more labour intensive as it was a couple of decades ago, and clearly if you make any piece of work 5 times more difficult, you end up getting less of it, which is not good for victims and communities. So all of that stretch in the system on top of the toughening context. And then of course we're in a situation where we are ambitious for change. You've seen the plan, and we've discussed it with the Police and Crime Committee, the new Met London plan, which is the sort of convergence of sort of our own analysis, feedback from communities, the case report, HMIC report, taking on board the Mayor's Police and Crime Plan for London, and national priorities. That's a very ambitious plan for change that we're trying to deliver against that backdrop. When I speak to chief executives from big organisations in the private sector about major change of big organisations, they sort of look quite wide-eyed at sort of the challenges that we have. Much of it is the same as any big organisation that needs to improve dramatically. The things that are different, though, is doing it in an environment where there are so many constraints on resources and levers that you have to do change, and secondly, doing it in a 24/7, 365 goldfish bowl where everybody has a different opinion about every step that you take. So those two issues create a greater stretch greater pressures on the pace of change. But I am optimistic. The core of my optimism lies with our people. I've got tens of thousands of great men and women, police officers and police staff who deeply care about policing London. They're massively frustrated to be in a police force that they think can be doing better, as we all do, and they're desperately committed to that. They find the public debate around policing really challenging when they're just turning up at work and trying to do a good job individually. And that's perhaps best illustrated by the new Met documentary, which is the fourth series. That's something that started like sort of 8-9 years ago, and several of us have reflected on the first episode. These are basically on-the-shoulder documentaries following officers, response officers, murder investigation teams doing their job with good grace and determination and professionalism, as the majority of my people are day in and day out. And yet the public debate that follows it is on one hand you get groups of people saying this is clearly rubbish because we know every police officer is racist or misogynist. On the other hand, you get groups of people saying we know this is rubbish because police are all woke and spend all the time skateboarding with protesters and never arrest anybody. And you get that sort of public debate. And if you're part of the majority who are just turning up to work to do a good job, that's a tough environment that we have to work really hard to motivate and support them in. But when I see their determination, I know we can and will succeed despite all those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to the supplementary questions. Each group is allocated an amount of time that's proportional to their size, and the first supplementary question is from Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, it has been over 6 months since the publication of the KC review. What progress has been made with the recommendations?
Thank you for your question. Good morning. So as far as City Hall is concerned, the biggest recommendation made to City Hall was to emulate the work around Transport for London by having a board that supports me in doing my statutory duty of ensuring that the Met Police Service is both efficient and effective. So we've set up now the London Policing Board. But other big steps made over the last, and it's met once, and there's been very small meetings over the next period. The other big change in the last 6 months is the huge work Sir Mark and his team have done in relation to the new Met for London plan. It's worth explaining to colleagues. Before Sir Mark's team put pen to paper, they spent a lot of time engaging, consulting, so forth. I'll call it a draft plan for the sake of what happened afterwards, a draft plan down on paper, and then consulted again, more wide-reaching than I've ever seen before in my 7.5 years as mayor. And so it had a further iteration. And then Sir Mark followed that up with him and his top team going to every single borough in the city, engaging, listening and responding to issues raised. And that's one of the things that Dame Lou's case was talking about police officers engaging with communities. Third big change is what I said in my opening, is the pace of action taken by Sir Mark and his team to increase the number of dismissals, increase the dismissal rates, increase the number of officers suspended, speed up the number of misconduct hearings. I know Sir Mark's still frustrated about the delay in relation to that, but you look at the last year, particularly the last 6 months, compared to any period, it's transformative. And the final thing to say before you get a chance for further questions is, what Sir Mark and his team have also done is to make sure every borough has a senior officer, a superintendent, so there's a connection that Dame Lou's case was talking about that's been lost, in her view, in relation to the move to the BCU model. So Sir Mark, rather than restructuring, spending 3 years restructuring, having that bed down, what he's done is just cut through and put these superintendents in, which has been transformative when I speak to communities around London.
Thank you. Commissioner, so your Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Stuart Cundy, said it will take years to get rid of officers who have breached standards or failed vetting, and about 60 officers could face the sack each month. I know the Mayor has touched upon the issue of dismissals already, but can you tell us about what processes have been introduced since the KC review to ensure that suitable people are recruited as police officers? And given the Deputy Assistant Commissioner's comments, how long should Londoners expect to wait for their police service to be fit for purpose?
I'll get used to it in the end. So in terms of your first point about, which is basically about our approach to vetting and recruiting, from before Louise Casey's report, we've been toughening that up. We've retrained vetting officers. We've done various work on leadership training. We've toughened our policy position on various issues around vetting, and I can see that moving in terms of vetting refusals. And we've been testing different ways of doing more intrusive social media vetting, for example, to try and pick up indications of people's character that wouldn't be picked up in other ways. And we're currently out to tender for a sort of longer-term solution, having sort of tested different ways of operating on that. So I can see data and evidence that we are tougher on that initial vetting, which is critical, because as you indicate, of course, we've got a lot of legacy issues to sort out. We've got hundreds of people to work our way through in a regulatory framework which isn't fit for purpose, and it's good that the Home Secretary has published her review, and they're putting the final stages in changing the regulations that will make it easier for us to make rapid progress, which is good. And I see over the next the peak of that work over the next 18 months as we get through most of the legacy issues and it starts to get to a more stable position. But as you indicate, getting to the joining point is critical, and those vetting processes have been tightened and improved. Londoners will see policing improving day in and day out. They already are. We can talk, I'm sure we'll come to sort of crime performance and other areas later on, our investment in neighbourhood policing, the work we're doing around improving victim care. So I think to have a binary language about it's fit or it's not fit doesn't really work. It's getting better month by month. In terms of these issues about vetting, the tighter rules are already in place and bedding in. And in terms of getting through the worst of the history of misconduct and cases not well dealt with, those surge of cases will be dealt with over the next 18 months or so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Mayor, my final question is to you. The Home Secretary said she would ensure the force has, and I quote, all the support, unquote, it needs from central government to deliver on the Commissioner's pledge of more trust, less crime and high standards. 6 months on, is this being delivered?
Well, the key thing we need from the government is a change in the regulations, a change in the law that Sir Mark has talked about. I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time. And so if Sir Mark's intelligence, small I, is correct and we'll get this before Christmas, that's progress I welcome. If it's delayed till after Christmas, it means a backlog. I mean, Sir Mark give you the numbers, but the number of officers either suspended or on restricted duties limits our ability to have them on the front line, keeping our city safe. As soon as he can deal with the backlog, we can make sure that officers are on the front line. So if the Home Secretary delivers before Christmas, good news. We are concerned about one or two things that seem to be missing. Automatic dismissal for criminal convictions, automatic suspension for serious allegations, the duty of candour. So we're talking to the Home Office, but pace is important for the reasons Sir Mark has said.
Yeah, can I come in on the back of that, please, please, Chair? Just to illustrate the challenges here, some of this is failings within the organisation, some of this is system failings and regulations. One simple example, there is no current provision in police regulations that explicitly allows for the dismissal of an officer who fails a revetting. That is clearly ridiculous, and that has driven revetting of officers across the country into disrepute, because if you don't have a clear route to deal with somebody who fails it, then it breaks the point of the system. We're currently working through a process using existing regulations to try and achieve that, but it's convoluted and complex, and it's good that those regulations are going to change. But your question asked about sort of the wide mission of sort of more trust, less crime, high standards. Just to pick out sort of 2 or 3 things, just to illustrate the progress in that respect. So we've already recruited 143 additional PCSOs and ward officers deployed across London as we're resetting our neighbourhood policing model. Launched an antisocial behaviour early intervention scheme. We're working on what we've called clear hole build pilots, which are about how do you make a deep impact on the wards and communities who are stuck in a cycle where organised and serious crime is damaging quality of life. And there's been some fantastic progress on the early case studies there. One particular estate in Barnet, which is sort of on the way to being transformed. We've making progress on dealing with predatory violence against women and children. I mean, for example, solving of rape cases has gone from being in the bottom quarter in the country to being in the top quarter. Nationally, the rates aren't good enough, but we're making massive progress there. We've made good progress on the number of proportion of cases we're solving of child abuse, for example. And next, we've got to make similar progress on domestic violence. We've launched our approach to get more proactive at protecting women and children with our V100, our sort of top 100 most harmful male predators. I think well over 80 of those, we now have intelligence packages being worked on by officers to target the repeat most dangerous predators, and tens of those have been arrested as a result of that focus, all whilst we work on the children and young person strategy across London. We've been launching some new approaches to service to victims of crime, ranging from an enhanced sort of victim focus desk through to launching sort of an app sort of for victims to give immediate feedback on the service they got from the officers to generate a learning and improvement approach within the organisation. And in October, our call handling performance for emergency calls was within a fraction of a % of hitting the national target, something that hasn't been done since 2016 based on improvements there. And meanwhile, we're strengthening our approach to proactive policing and putting more resources locally over the next few months to be able to be sharper and more locally led in tackling those criminals who have the greatest impact on communities. And then underneath that, in terms of our foundations, I talked about an organisation that was out of shape. So we're tackling issues like the right equipment and training for officers. We're most of the way through training our 6,000 frontline leaders, sergeants and their equivalents. We've been putting better equipment into officers' hands and better technology to help them do their job. There's many more. So it's the start of a big journey. I'm not pretending we're most of the way through it, but there's a lot of progress being made on more trust, less crime and high standards.
Thank you, Commissioner. I wish you well.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Lovely. Morning, Commissioner. Morning, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely have heard the context of that you're working in, but one of the biggest challenges you face is around child protection and safeguarding children. And on the 6th of October, His Majesty's Inspectorate published 2 accelerated causes of concern from their ongoing inspection into the Met's handling of child sexual and criminal exploitation. And HMI only issues these notices when it discovers significant service failures or the risk to public safety. So, Commissioner, a year into your tenure, what have you been doing to protect and safeguard children in London?
So these are sort of deeply worrying and reflect a report that was done sort of 5 or 6 years ago and insufficient progress being made. The challenge is our public protection teams are fundamentally overstretched. The resourcing in that world has not changed in 5 or 6 years, even though sort of rape, domestic violence have gone up by 3 or 4-fold, child abuse reports have gone up several-fold, and that has massively affected the quality of service. We're working to put about 450 officers and 100 police staff into those environments, a big portion of which will go into child protection areas, which is the core of trying to tackle the poor service provision. And we're putting AC Louisa Rolfe is putting detailed action plans together on those particular issues. So that investment and swing of resources will help deliver the improvements that people want. But I completely agree, we've got a lot to do.
Yeah, but back in 2016, HMI heavily criticised the Met over child protection failings. The Chief Inspector said that his report was the most critical it had ever published, and that there's no place in a civilised society for the police to neglect their duty towards children in this way. And it was deeply troubling that it's happening to such a significant extent in the largest force in the country. That was followed up by 4 quarterly updates in 2017, a review in 2018, and another assessment in 2021. So how is it, Commissioner, after all these efforts since 2016, got new leadership in place, that HMI once again felt the need to issue accelerated causes of concern and to raise these issues with you directly?
So the fundamental underpinning issues haven't been dealt with. The resourcing over that period of time has not changed, and you can create action plans and greater expectations for officers in response to an inspection, but if fundamentally their caseload and the pressures on them is unreasonable, it's not going to get sufficiently well actioned. So in a context where we are this year going to finish between 1,500 and 2,000 officers short of our establishment, we're still trying to move the officers around so that, I say, we can put we're aiming at 450 more officers and 100 more staff into that environment. So some of this is policy, some of this is culture, but a big part of it is the capacity. And there's only so much work individuals can do, and we need to help them in able to do that. And that's the underpinnings. I think the lack of the movement to resources in this space over the last 5 or 6 years is the fundamental issue that means the teams aren't doing a good enough job for victims, not because they don't want to, but because they've got a caseload and a stretch that's too great.
Great. Well, back in 2016, the initial report highlighted the Met's response to missing children as appalling. 36 out of 38 cases they reviewed required improvement, they were inadequate. And whilst there had been some improvement in 2021, HMI still felt the Met's response didn't match the identified risks to the safety of children. And now in this latest notice, HMI once again flags issues around missing children as well as children at risk of sexual exploitation. Can I come to you, Mr. Mayor? What action have you taken since this latest notice to assure yourself that immediate improvements will be made to protect children?
Well, thanks for your question. It's because we were concerned about the lack of progress. We asked HMI, we asked them to come in and look into this issue. Mark is spot on in relation to resources, and now what he's committed to doing is each BCU will have a child sexual abuse and exploitation unit. So Mark's trying to increase the number of detectives, and detective recruitment is making some progress in this area. The big change that needs to happen, and Sir Mark's alluded to this in his new Met for London plan, is a cultural change. What the Chief Inspector talked about was issues around, inverted commas, victim blaming. And you can imagine with missing children, that's a big concern about, inverted commas, lifestyle and so forth. This sort of stuff we saw in Rotherham, if you remember. The new leadership team at the Met Police has accepted fully those issues rather than defending that. And also the Met Police Service, I can't say it, adultification, I think it's how you're supposed to pronounce it, but a child-centric approach rather than treating children as adults, which has also changed. And it's reflected in other areas when it comes to handcuffing of children, strip searching and so forth, but I'm not in any way defending what the HMI found. I'm just trying to reassure you that this leadership team has accepted it, and at the last HMI meeting, Dame Lynn, a big one, Matt Twist and Sir Mark explained to HMI the steps that are taken to address these very serious issues identified by HMI.
Thank you. I accept the resources issue. It's something that, in fact, I recommended on reports many years ago on the Police and Crime Committee about over-resourcing this area because of some of the challenges you had. But over the years, it's been clear that changes have been made to governance, perhaps to performance management, and even sometimes to oversight, but they just have not translated into better investigations and better outcomes for children. Baroness Casey said in her report, 6 years on, the force themselves know they are still not gripping child protection, the Met has not listened and it's not learned, nor has it suffered any consequences for running services for children about which HMI continue to have serious concerns. So, Commissioner, my challenge to you is the structures are there, maybe you're putting those in place, but how are you making sure that the quality of those investigations and the quality of supervision is improved to truly create better services to protect our children?
Thank you. So, as I've said, I think a lot of this comes down to capacity. If you look at the Casey report, she points out quite rightly you've got too many inexperienced officers there, not enough experienced leadership, the equipment and support. So all of these practical measures that underpin it that we're working through, from fridges and equipment to the training for officers, the training for leaders. We're also working on rebalancing supervisory levels across the Met. There are a better ratio of sergeants and supervision in areas away from BCUs, and there's a worse ratio in BCUs where there's more inexperienced people. So we're rebalancing the experience towards it, as well as sorting out various policy issues. As I've said, there are signs of improvement. For example, our child abuse detection rates are growing. So I can see some signs of improvement, but I completely accept the HMIC report. There is definitely more to do, and as they talk about our missing persons unit, we're looking at how we put a higher quality standard and central assessment on missing persons, so we do a better job of spotting sort of high, medium and low risk cases, in order to be able to properly focus the effort on the cases that are of greatest risk.
Thank you. And in this latest notice, once again, HMI has stated that they're concerned about the frequent use of victim-blaming language, as the Mayor has just mentioned, leaving vulnerable children unprotected. So I think the frustration for me is that for 16 years on this Assembly, I have been raising questions and concerns about safeguarding children. Way back when I was on the Police Authority and we were looking at the awful case of Baby P and trying to follow that through. And yet, it feels like not that much changes. Now, I know you've been in post a year, you've got these plans, but in a year's time, I'm not going to be here in this chamber to ask you. But what will have changed? How will children in London be protected under your watch?
So we will continue to improve the number of child abuse cases that we're solving. We'll have put in better assessment processes so that we're doing a more consistently good job for missing and vulnerable young people. We will have better trained officers, better resourced, able to serve victims better. And in terms of the work around the exploitation of young people, whether it's sort of sexual exploitation or exploitation in the gang context and risk of violence, HMIC point out that we're looking at those two things in isolation. We're not looking at the overall risk, and again, we're changing our process to be able to do that. So from wherever you're sat in a year's time, you will see those improvements coming through.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. Can you tell me, Commissioner, how many police officers have been redeployed to different areas outside of their BCUs because of the recent protests?
I would have to come back to you with that exact number, but in terms of the size of the resources on these recent protests, so the last 3 weekends, it's been in 3 figures coming into these central London events. Roughly, it was 1,000 the first Saturday, 1,500 the second, and 2,000 the third. Now, that's a combination of some specialist central resources like the TSG and colleagues coming from BCUs. I am sort of deeply concerned about the effect this has on day-to-day local policing and the balance of that effort across London. Clearly, we can't let these protests get out of hand, and we have to have the capacity and resources there. But it is creating significant stretch. And the stretch is now, I think, beyond the individual cases. Doing these as one-offs or two-offs is one matter, but this looks like there's going to be a rolling, sustained pattern. There's more protests this weekend, next weekend, etc. And we're starting to look at what point we need to look for mutual aid from other forces and change our approach to resourcing this to make it sustainable. It also links into the Mayor's comment earlier on that the national and international capital cities grant, which is the part of police funding from the Home Office, is expected to cater for the unique challenges of police in the capital, is well over 150 million underfunded, set against the Home Office's own evaluation of the proper cost of that. And it's that sort of shortage in capacity which plays into that stretch and means that we're hitting local policing of local communities heavier than I would like, dealing with these Palestine and Israel related protests. And now, of course, we've got another 4-week campaign, I think it is, from JSO out every day. And we've been arresting I think it was 60 on Monday, 40 on Tuesday, etc., individuals in that campaign. And that's, again, stacking up those pressures.
Okay, so do you think policing has been proportionate, given the massive increase in anti-Semitism across London?
I think it's been it's been very well balanced. So just to step back and look at the sort of levels of risks that we're dealing with on this, we have a horrific terrorist attack in Israel, which is causing massive impact here. It's generating tension between communities. We can see the risk that terrorists and extremists in the UK get energised by this, and that's challenging our counter-terrorism teams who are working hard on that. We have the hate crime issue, where anti-Semitic hate crime is up to 13 or 14-fold, and anti-Muslim hate crime 2 or 3-fold, and that's been pretty consistent over these few weeks compared to a year ago. And we're putting a lot of resources into dealing with that, and then sort of lots of protest and community action, which we're trying to enable and support where it's appropriate, but trying to manage and deconflict conflict. And I can go into examples which show that balance of how we're approaching it. We've been visiting sort of synagogues almost every day for most of this approach as part of our preventative patrols, and we're approaching 100 arrests for hate crimes out of these cases, and I think we're at sort of 60 or 70 arrests off the protests. So it's very well calibrated and very well balanced.
Okay, you do understand, though, that the Jewish community are feeling very intimidated at the moment. They are feeling very, very unsafe. And I certainly know that they're upset about the Met removing posters of Jewish children that have been taken as hostages, actually removing those posters.
So it's very clear to Jewish communities in London are traumatised and upset and sometimes fearful based on events that have happened overseas and the increase in hate crime in London. And that's an awful place for us to be as a capital city, and we're doing everything we can do to tackle that. I think there's a danger, though, that people don't read the facts of incidents and just get sucked into debates that are bouncing around on Twitter. We are being very balanced at dealing with issues that are potentially inflammatory on a very focused basis. So to be absolutely clear, on these campaigning posters raising the sort of awareness of the kidnapped children, we are not, as a general rule, intervening in that. There's no reason we should do it. It's perfectly lawful. However, in one case, when it was highlighted to us by a community member that they'd been placed on the shutters of a shop because there was a pro-Palestinian supporter who worked there, it'd been placed on private premises, and it was seen to be potentially inflammatory, and the officers took a practical judgment on the day that actually a sensible thing was to remove them, just as a week before there'd been cases of Palestinian flags being placed in multiple places, one of which includes, I think, a Jewish cemetery or war memorial, and again the officer involved in saying, well, that seems to make sense to remove those. So they're taking pragmatic judgments that are completely symmetrical to deflate tension. There are some people in the social media world who aren't interested in facts and present that as a bias. That is not accurate.
Yeah, I accept your officers are in a very difficult position. I've absolutely no doubt that they are. But equally, and I'm not talking about the Twitter world or the social media world, I'm talking about the real world. Jewish residents, Jewish Londoners particularly, are feeling very, very scared, very, very intimidated. They don't feel they can go out at the weekend, certainly to come into London. Now we've got sit-ins in stations, so that's making them very, very nervous as well. What practical steps can you actually take to assist the Jewish community who are very, very scared at the moment?
I completely acknowledge that concern. I was answering, you asked a particular question about a particular incident which is widely misunderstood, and that was the point I was answering. I completely accept that Jewish communities are really upset and traumatised by what's going on overseas and in the UK, and are very anxious. We are doing two things. We are enforcing the law to the letter of the law. The law on protest is really clear. It's very permissive, and we work to that letter. Parliament draws the line of the law, we enforce it. But beyond that, there are a lot of legal actions which are causing sort of concern and add into that picture. We're doing everything we can to reassure. We're putting more patrols in communities, as I say. We're visiting synagogues regularly. We're visiting schools regularly. We have a very positive relationship with the CST, the organisation that the Jewish organisation that helps with protection of their community colleagues. So we're doing all of the things that you would expect. But I can't waive. I can't find. There isn't a sort of perfect solution to something being driven by an international crisis. But the Met Police will do everything it can do to reassure and protect Jewish communities.
Okay, I accept that, but I do tell you that in the real world they are scared stiff at the moment.
I'm not disputing that.
No, I know. Okay, so we go then to the fact that we've got so many abstractions to dealing with all of these various things, whether it's just stop oil or these particular events. Recruitment. So you're asking for more money, which, you know, we all ask for more money, and I understand the issue. But you've had to give back, and I seem to recall it was about £31 million back to the government.
60 million.
60 million. £60 million back to the government because you couldn't recruit. Our mayor, and I'll talk to him in a minute, is constantly saying the government must give us more money, but you've had to give money back because you haven't recruited. Now, all of us know that there are not enough officers on the street. If you walk through your town centre, we don't see enough officers. Yesterday, I was driving a black cab around London, and because of the gridlock that we have in London, because of various things that have put in place, I could see 5 people doing that ball thing that they con all the visitors with on Westminster Bridge. So if you look out your window in New Scotland Yard, you'd see them. There's no police around to deal with them either. So Joe Public are wondering where all these police officers are, and why on earth are we not recruiting when the money was there to do so?
So we're recruiting flat out. Our application rate is not sufficient to get the numbers in we want to. We've changed our advertising approach and our marketing approach, and that's showing some positive results. But the employment market in London is brutally difficult. We've pulled every lever we can do on pay. Our attrition rate is low compared to other forces. It's the attraction is the challenge for police officers. It's starting to show a sign that it's getting close to levels that will sustain our numbers. So we need to go from being in reduction to being able to match exits and then go into growth. And it's starting to get close to that, but it's very early days in that respect. But you raised the point about budgets and capacity. The fact that we are completely out of shape in terms of an organisation of police and police staff is too low a number. I have thousands of police officers doing jobs that are done by police staff in other police forces. So I was disappointed the government took back the 60 million. I could have spent the 60 million on police staff that would have freed up police officers from back office jobs onto the front line. I've got several thousand of those, and if the money was available, I could put several thousand more officers into operational posts rather than be doing support functions. So,
okay, so how much money are you looking for? Sorry to interrupt, I'm on the timer. How much money are you looking for to recruit? You've got 10,000 back staff, haven't you? 10,000
So we've got, we could free at least 3,000 officers up to be more operational from back office posts if we had the money for 3,000 staff. So that would probably cost somewhere between 150 and 200 million, but we'd get those officers on the street. So we would achieve the objective we all want of more officers on the streets simply by bringing in probably more expert staff to do jobs like HR and putting the police officers into the place that their skills are. So it was disappointing to be fined that 60 million. And likewise, if we got over the next year some of the money from the Capital Cities grant, clearly I couldn't spend it overnight on police officers whilst we're trying to increase our recruiting. but I could have the same operational effect by liberating those office and back office jobs onto the front line.
Okay, thank you. Do you actually have any say in where the money goes with regard to the VRU? Because millions goes into that. Does the police have any say in where that money goes?
So we are consulted, but we're not a decision maker.
You're not?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr Mayor, you didn't answer my question at the end of our last meeting. Can you just confirm to me that the police board members have been vetted properly?
I think you ran out of time at the last Mayor's question time.
I didn't. You ran me out of time, which you knew. So you've had the time to find the answer now. So if you could just confirm to me they've been vetted properly.
Well, for clarity, it's important to be clear. You ran out of time, but I'm more than happy to answer your question. I'm reassured that all the members on the policing board have had the proper checks undertaken on them.
Thank you. Do you think you are taking a strong enough position to give the police the backing that they need to keep Londoners safe?
I hope so. I mean, I've worked incredibly hard with the police to make sure that they're effective and efficient. This commission has hit the ground running in relation to addressing the issues that some of us in this Assembly recognise as wrong with the police service, recognising the courageous officers that work there, problems with culture, problems in relation to lack of trust amongst Londoners, problems in relation to not having high enough standards. And this Commissioner and his team have got a grip on that, but also recognised some of the solutions. If Sir Mark had the change in the regulations he's been calling for, as indeed we have, I think 1,000 officers we're talking about being affected, another 1,000 officers that could be on the streets. So I'll continue to support the Commissioner, but also, let me be clear, and I don't, resolve from this, hold him to account as well, which is one of the jobs I've got as the Police and Crime Commissioner.
Fine. So the Commissioner needs some more money. You've got a £21 billion budget. Are you going to put your hands in your very large pocket to help out the Metropolitan Police, because you are responsible for them?
Well, one of the reasons we've got the big challenges in the police service is not just the 13 years of austerity from central government, but for 8 years the previous mayor chose not to increase the police precept or to divert any money from council tax to the police service. So we had a period of time between 2010 and 2016 where the amount of money going to the police service from the government and City Hall was less than it should have been. In fact, in my first year as mayor, Home Secretary Amber Rudd took money away from us because the mayor in the previous years, last year as mayor, hadn't increased his police precept. The good news, and all the three commissioners I've worked with have confirmed this publicly and privately, is we have raised the maximum amount we can from police precept to support the police service, but additionally we've used business rates money to fund 1,300 police officers that otherwise they wouldn't have, but during the course of the last year. Additionally, we gave additional monies for police community support officers for changes around the command and control centre, and also to support the police with victims. So we're going to carry on supporting the Met Police Service both financially and in other ways as well to get the support they need. But we simply can't fill the massive black hole left by central government cuts. When I became mayor, roughly speaking, the formula was 75% money comes from central government, 25% from regional government. That's now skewed to 2/3 from central government, 1/3 now from City Hall because of the cuts from central government. So we can't fill the massive hole left by government.
Mr Mayor, if you put as much energy into looking into how you could help the police as you do as to how you can blame the government for absolutely everything, and can we remember, please, you have been the Police and Crime Commissioner for the past 7 years. In my view, you certainly haven't always supported the police, not as much as you absolutely should, and you have got a £21 billion budget. So I look forward to hearing just how much you are going to put your hand in your pocket for something that is really necessary, because you started off this meeting saying that your biggest priority is to keep Londoners safe. Well, let me tell you, Londoners don't feel very safe at the moment. Jewish Londoners feel very, very unsafe at the moment. So I look forward to our next meeting when you tell me how much you are going to put into the Metropolitan Police, the police force for which you are responsible for. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I answer the 2-minute question I was just asked?
It was a statement, Chair. It was a
I think the Mayor is entitled to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. The two assertions made by the member in her question was, one is the lack of financial support for the police, and two is the concern of Jewish Londoners, and I think it's only fair to deal with both those issues. I think the evidence from the last 7 years is that we have from City Hall given the police more resources than any of the previous two mayors have given the police, for the simple reason I'm pro-police, but also I'm anti-austerity. The second issue raised by the member is one I take incredibly seriously, which is there are Londoners who are scared and frightened for no other reason but than their faith. There are Londoners who are scared to leave their homes, to take their children to school, are scared to come into central London, are scared to enjoy the joys of our city because of their faith. Chair, what doesn't help is politicians who seek to divide communities rather than bringing together. And the chutzpah of the member to ask the question the way she did, bearing in mind the responsibility she has for sowing the seeds of division, takes some audacity.
The next questioner is Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Now, I want to start by picking up on something I saw in the MOPAC monthly report to the Police and Crime Committee. The Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime reported that she met with Red Thread on the 25th of October to discuss, and I quote, concerns re-hospitalisation of children following the Met's use of force. I happened to be on a health committee visit to St Mary's Hospital in Paddington yesterday, and I'd read this report actually on my way over there. And so I took the opportunity to ask Red Thread about this. And they reported that the cause of the hospitalisation is dog bites from police dogs and taser-related injuries. And I asked how many children were affected, and they said about 70 in the last year taken to A&E after interactions with police. And they were also concerned that it was apparently disproportionately black boys who were affected. Now, I don't know whether either of you are aware of the details of this. Are either of you able to confirm any of that, Mr. Mayor?
I haven't got the details, but I can come back to you.
No. Well, I think, Commissioner, if you could please urgently review these cases of children hospitalised after interactions with police, and will you also please urgently publish what you find?
I'll get behind those cases if you share the detail with me. It may well be that the Deputy Mayor has already shared that with my team. I would point out that there are, sadly, hundreds of children each year stabbed in London. Hundreds of children are the offenders in those cases. Officers are too often confronting under 18s who have knives and other weapons, and officers don't set out to use force on children. Nobody wants to do that. But if you've got a 16-year-old with a knife, then often a taser or a dog is going to be appropriate in various situations. That's very sad and very unfortunate, but sometimes, tragically, it's necessary. Of course, we will always look at individual cases. Individual cases will be investigated as complaints. But I think we have to face into the fact that violence, sadly, affects children as offenders and victims. And it also falls unevenly across communities. And police are wrestling with that day in and day out. And statistics don't tell the whole story.
I appreciate statistics don't tell the whole story, but it is very worrying. It's worrying that an organisation based in A&E felt the need to raise the question up. So I do hope that it will be looked at very thoroughly, so that young people in our city need need to trust the police. Many of the young people who are involved in violence are victims themselves. The relationship between whether you're a victim or whether you're a perpetrator is a very blurry line. And so I do hope that you will be able to look into this very clearly.
Clearly, the things that lead a 16-year-old to carrying a knife and stabbing people are often tragic and complex. But that doesn't take away from the fact that an officer confronting that will sometimes need to use force. No one does that with any relish. It's tragic, but sometimes it's necessary. And I don't think we should use statistics to imply the officers are getting it wrong. Clearly, individual cases should be looked at. If there's complaints, they'll be looked at thoroughly. But statistics don't imply officers are getting it wrong when we have the violence we have, sadly, within young people on the streets of London.
We don't know whether those young people were in custody going to any. I mean, you know, they may. But anyway,
I'm not disagreeing we look at. I'm not disagreeing we look at them. But you're implying the statistics suggest that police have got it wrong. I'm saying they don't imply that. But of course, we should look at the cases. I'm
asking you to look at it, not implying that it's been got wrong. In terms of strip search, and strip search in particular of children, it is very encouraging to see that the numbers of people being of children being strip searched has continued to fall. There have been a total of 55 strip searches of children this year, down from 123 in the same period last year, and down from 208 the year before. So I recognise that you are really working on that. And since we spoke about this in May, all the searches have had an appropriate adult present, and that is obviously appreciated, that you are making sure that these very invasive and very traumatic searches are being conducted with all the proper protections in place. But it is still really worrying that we're talking about the use of strip search on children. And I am concerned about the disproportionality, again, of these searches. Now, 90% of the children strip searched are black or minority ethnic, mostly boys. And the main justification in the data for the search is drugs in over 70% of the cases, rather than dangerous weapons. So, Commissioner, are you able to justify the continued use of that traumatic tactic on children?
Yes.
You don't want to say any more than that?
So, if a 16-year-old has significant quantity of drugs in their underwear, if we then put them in a cell and they swallow them, police officers will be investigated for manslaughter, is the way the IPC look at things. So clearly, for their own safety, a child should not be going into a cell if there is a risk they have a significant quantity of drugs in their underwear, or a razor blade, or a knife, etc. So there is good reason to do this. I have in the past fully accepted that we were clearly overusing the power. I have never disputed that. That's why the numbers have reduced by sort of well over 50%. But if children have potentially dangerous items on them, we have a duty to search them and remove them. Of course, we'll ask the child to do it first. Of course, we're testing new technologies like airport-type scanners to give us better visibility so we can target the searches to better effect. But fundamentally, it's tragic that children are getting involved in serious crime and putting themselves at risk. And as you say, there are a whole range of factors behind it. Police have to work in the messy, difficult, real world of these issues, and they should be removing weapons. They should be removing drugs from underwear and elsewhere. And it's horrible and unpleasant, but it's necessary.
Perhaps, though, there could be some consideration given to actually making sure that young people are not put in cells alone if these are children, if they are taken into custody. Mr. Mayor, did you want to comment?
I think it's important for me as a layperson to just share my experiences, which is often adults will use children as mules, effectively. And I think, and I say this in a respectful way, I mean, it's important for us to actually spend time with the police on some of their operations, because you recognise that often if adult criminals know the police aren't going to be strip searching or searching thoroughly children, it's not surprising they use children. But it's worth me putting on record the transformation in this area in the last 12 months in relation to, and I'm really grateful for you pointing out the progress made, which shows progress can be made, still being good crime enforcers, but also being proportionate. And your really important point about appropriate adult is so important. Often children I've spoken to, I tell the police, don't ring my parents. They're more scared of their parents than the police. And so the police now ring an appropriate adult that's not a parent to get them to the police station. But I appreciate the conundrum, but I think it's important for the public to see the challenges the police are trying to deal with.
In your Youth Voice survey that has recently been published, there's actually no question on strip search. Is that something you'd consider including in future Youth Voice surveys?
I'd be more than happy to take that away, yeah. It makes blinded, obviously, sense. Can I take that away?
Thank you. And I was talking with the NGO Liberty the other day, who've recently written a very helpful book about non-policing solutions to serious violence affecting young people. And they have specifically asked me to give you both a copy of the report, so I will hand these over after the meeting. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Before we move on to the next questioner, I'd like to welcome to the public gallery the school council from Southern Road Primary School in Newham. Thank you very much for joining us today. Sorry it was only a brief visit.
Oh, nice to see you. This is how you should. That's the perfect visit.
Yeah. I'm very envious they get to leave.
No comment.
No.
Thank you.
Yes. The next speaker is Assembly Member Cooper. I've got you down.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. It was very nice to accompany you in Tooting on the visit with to look at the work of the Violence Reduction Unit, and I wondered if you could update us a bit on the work of the unit since 2019 and what the impact has been. So I noticed knife crime has started to rise since the pandemic, but I also noticed it hasn't gone back above pre-pandemic levels. And if you could combine that with saying a little bit about not just the sort of neighbourhood side and the VRU work, but the work that is also being done to take violent criminals off the street.
Thanks for your question and the way you put it. So serious youth violence began going up around the country in 2013. And so that's just a fact around the country. So you can see a graph 2013 onwards, and it's clearly linked with austerity from 2010. It takes a couple of years for that to be seen through, and some of the consequences are, and I think Sean Berry did a report on this in 2016, but 730 youth workers lost their jobs, 130 youth clubs have closed down. So we've seen an increase in serious youth violence. In 2019 is when we had the monies to set up England and Wales's first violence reduction unit. It took us some time to get the money to do so. And since the VRU was set up in 2019, we've seen homicide down, we've seen robbery down, very important, because robbery's gone up elsewhere, but 2019 down. We've seen burglaries down, gun use down, knife injury with those below age 25 going down. Now, during the pandemic, around the globe, and Sir Mark speaks to colleagues around the globe all the time, we saw an increase in violent crime. In New York, Chicago, elsewhere, an explosion of violent crime during the pandemic. We didn't see that, thankfully, in London for a variety of reasons, which we can go into. And what we've seen after the pandemic is not what we've seen elsewhere around the globe, which is, again, a massive further increase in crime. We have one or two areas which the Met Police Service is bearing down on. The key thing, though, is crime isn't inevitable. Prevention and early intervention is important. The police service simply can't deal with poverty, lack of opportunity, alienation, youth work, after-school clubs, weekend clubs, summer holiday schemes. By us funding these schemes, it takes the pressure off the police. But also, the great thing about the police work is some of them, in their spare time, are doing football coaching, in their spare time, boxing coaching, in their spare time, mentoring young people. The idea is young people see the police not as the boogeyman, but as somebody on their side, and vice versa. The police officers don't see young men as the other. It's a great project in Brixton this week where we had trainee police officers. I didn't share this with you, Sir Mark. Trainee police officers in half-term inside a half-term club, mixing and mingling with these young people. So we're seeing the fruits of our investment. And the good news, the Home Office are now supporting us, and I want to commend the Home Office. They gave us not 1 year support, but 3 year support, which gives us certainty to do some more good stuff.
I can see the outcomes of the work of the VRU since 2019 in those figures that you've just shared with us. If I could come to you as well, Sir Mark, as well as the Mayor, in order to really tackle knife crime, you need these good, well-trusted officers who are doing the good things that the Mayor has just referred to, who can provide that intelligence on a local basis, which is then passed back to these specialist teams. Would you agree that improving confidence in the Met is going to be absolutely vital to tackling knife crime properly?
Completely. So putting sort of more trust and less crime alongside each other in our mission is critical. The two things are completely entwined, whatever area of crime you're talking about, and clearly definitely true with violence and knife crime. It goes to confidence, it goes to the intelligence you get from communities. It goes on the ability of police officers and communities to work together on more preventative solutions with some of the schemes that the Mayor talks about. It is very much a partnership endeavour. Policing, at our core, we are an enforcement service. Most of what we can bring to this is going to suppress violent crime. Some of the work in neighbour policing can prevent it. But the more upstream preventative solutions that the Mayor and others can fund are critical to keeping sort of young people out of crime and providing early interventions when they're drifting towards it to help pull them back before they get too embedded and it becomes much more difficult. That intelligence plays into the sharper end. So some of our work is clearly about patrolling hotspot areas. Some of it is about going after the most dangerous offenders and being systematic about improving how we follow up with street robbers and people like that.
Thank you.
But also the drugs markets are a critical part of this, and we find people behind drugs markets are such a big driver of violence, and going after the men of violence behind the drugs market rather than children they've coerced is so critical.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Devonish, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I wouldn't normally want to criticise another Assembly member, but I have to say I was honoured to be at the St Mary's NHS site visit yesterday, and A.M. Russell and I were clearly at a different visit, because the point that was missed by A.M. Russell is the people that were injured, the children that were injured by police dogs and police officers were those being arrested. That is the point, and I think she may have missed that point. Anyway, I don't need a comment from the Commissioner or the Mayor on that. I agree with what they said on that matter. Commissioner, good morning. Good morning. I wanted to raise a different issue with you, please. And I'm sorry to raise this when you've got many other things on, but it's an important point. We are told by the Mayor's Chief of Staff, without any details, that the police security advice has changed from the Ealing People's Question Time last March to last month, before the terrible events in Israel. Are you, sir, and are your officers saying that the Met Police cannot keep the Mayor of London safe for 2 hours in the City of Westminster at a public meeting, a statutory meeting under the GLA Act?
I don't think this is appropriate, Chair.
Definitely not.
I think you're talking about confidential security advice here.
The point was made after I withdrew my question at Merrill's question time that the Chief of Staff would give us a private briefing, and he hasn't done so. Yes. We have taken it up. We have taken it up, and you have not able. Why are we moving a meeting from Westminster to here? There is no information being provided.
Assembly Member, I think, Assembly Member, the Mayor doesn't control that.
I'm asking the Commissioner.
And the Commissioner has given advice to this Assembly. The Commissioner may want to give you advice outside this public forum, but I think it's inappropriate to raise issues of confidential advice, of security advice from the police in this forum. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to rule that question out.
Well, I would ask that the Commissioner does actually give us a private briefing as an Assembly. Is that possible, Commissioner?
My team can absolutely do that.
Assembly Member Clark, please.
I'm delighted to follow that one up. Good morning. Commissioner, I was really pleased to hear you hold up the actions in Barnet with Clear Hold Build on the Graham Park estate, and I commend you for your work on that. I'm just wondering if you could comment. So clearly what we've been hearing this morning, we're hearing throughout, is the Met have a job to rebuild trust and confidence with Londoners, and Clear Hold Build very much relies upon working with communities, working with the local council. How have the Met worked to build that trust with the local community in Graham Park, and how are the Met working with the local council to maintain stability in the area going forward?
Thank you. So it might help to get everyone to the same level of understanding. So Clear Hold Build, it comes from the principle that the areas with the highest crime rates today, the wards with the highest crime rates, will be largely the same as they were 20 years ago, because we haven't got deep enough into the problems, because there are organised crime and other issues that create a really problematic environment for people to live and bring their children up in. Clear Hold Build refers to, you need some very assertive enforcement at the start to try and to take out the organised crime influences that are sort of driving some of that criminal environment, followed by a more stable presence in terms of strong community policing and ongoing enforcement, alongside which you start to build the build phase with local authorities in terms of investment in the environment and starting to create a more sort of a more pleasant environment. So that's that way you take a community out of a difficult corner. In terms of our approach going forward and what we've been doing, having bigger neighbourhood policing teams in those areas is critical, so you've got more assets on the ground to build those relationships. Having a joint plan up front with the local authority so that it's very clear. On a Clear Hold Build, it's a lot more police early on than it is local authority, and as time goes on it's less policing and more local authority as you go through the different phases, and having that laid out in advance is critical, because the police absolutely can't do it on their own. And showing the community the results is really important, because that encourages more information to come forward when people can see the environment changing around them. There was a journalist went out there and did a piece and was speaking to local community. I don't know if you heard it, but doing a vox pop, spoke to a sort of a mother on the estate and what's it like round here. And she said, this is amazing. This is the first time I've ever been able to allow my children to play outside. That's the best result, regardless of hundreds of arrests and all the rest of it. That's the best result. So it's deep and systemic, but it does require that deep partnership to have the impact that we're looking to have.
For that, I do remember that clip, and actually the results are clear, and that's the feedback we're receiving in Barnet, and the compliments of the Met Police. Something that had been seen as not a partner is very much now seen as a partner by the local community, so it's really helpful.
Great.
Just to add to that, though, a year ago, 70% of Barnet's CCTV cameras were broken. We had 37 working CCTV cameras across the whole borough. None of them were monitored. They all had an SD card. Somebody had to go and get it out of the camera and review the footage, which was all broken. Barnet Council asked the Met what the one thing they could do to improve policing and to support the Met in their work and to deter antisocial behaviour. And the Met told our lead portfolio holder, Councillor Sarah Conway, that the number one thing they could do was improve CCTV cameras. Barnet went on to invest £2.3 million in that, and we now have a monitored 24-hour CCTV room, and it's showing results hand over fist, and the response from the police has been very good. The response from the communities has been very good. So it is that partnership working. I'm wondering though, so when you talk about engagement structures and community contact points, how is that working across London?
So that work is currently building. We're, as you know, we have sort of ward panels, we have neighbourhood policing boards at a borough level. There are existing engagement structures that we have, and MOPAC have their own structures. We're both reviewing those to try and find better ways of doing that engagement. I think our commitment through New Met for London has been really clear on that, and I think sort of myself, I did 14 events on the boroughs across the 32 in London, and my top team did others. That was a part of that sign that we do want to listen more to communities and be more responsive to local issues. And I see that being picked up by local leaders and reinvigorating ward panels that are, have in some cases, become defunct. And the key point here is we don't have all the answers within policing. And I think sometimes our culture leads us towards that. In terms of what's going on any part of London, and pick the Graham Park estate, some of what's going on there, we will have the best view of the problem, because it'll be about confidential intelligence from various sources that's telling us who the drug dealers are or people traffickers or what other crimes going on in an area. But there'll be intelligence through the eyes of community who are picking up things that aren't reported that are a great insight as well. And I'm determined we're going to move an organisation that just says we've got all the answers to say, well, actually, we've got some of the answers and some of the insight, but so do communities. If you bring that together, you get a richer picture, you get more precise action against the problem because you've got a richer picture, and you get better joint action. And that's what the purpose of that engagement is. It's not engagement for engagement's sake, it's engagement for effect.
Thank you for that. And I'm at risk of running a little bit over time. I just want to add, because this has been touched on before by other people, but the work of the CST and the work of Shomrim throughout, I just would like to commend that work. And I just wonder if you can just say thank you for them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I think now is about time to take a 10-minute break back here at 11:32. Thank you for that, even though you are a minute late, Assembly members, or somebody was. The next Assembly member to be called is Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning, Commissioner. So, since the terror attacks in Israel on the 7th of October, we've had what now seems to be quite regular and frequent marches in London. I was curious whether there was a plan for what would happen at Remembrance weekend, which is coming up, where there are obviously other events planned, and whether there was a thought on how those marches and some of those other events would interact. Microphone.
So clearly, on the planning of any event, other events are relevant to that, and sort of Remembrance weekend and the events in sort of Whitehall and Westminster Abbey, etc., are of national significance, and so we will ensure that if there is a march that weekend, it will not collide with or interfere with that. So, of course, we will absolutely do that. That's why we always encourage people leading protests to speak to us beforehand and help them plan them so to best effect, so they can do something sensible that meets their aims without causing unreasonable disruption to others. So we're constantly managing those tensions, like, for example, the conditions we put on previous marches to keep them away from the, for example, the Israeli embassy, which the organisers had no intention for, but we knew some factions may want to break off to. So we're constantly looking to balance those sort of tension points.
Some of them seem, I mean, you mentioned the Israeli embassy. Perhaps it was spontaneous rather than planned and organised, but there obviously have been some quite unpleasant scenes outside the Israeli embassy. I mean, and equally for that matter at the cenotaph. I mean, is there? Are you sort of guaranteeing, therefore, that you'll have a plan in place that if a spontaneous, unplanned march, unconnected to Remembrance weekend, occurs, that you feel confident that you can either keep them separate or prevent one from happening, so the Remembrance parades can happen?
It's a major security event, as well as sort of from a policing perspective. It's a national moment of reflection and remembrance, but it's a major policing event, and we will ensure the security of that event from all sorts of threats and risks, including any problems caused by protests, planned or spontaneous.
Thank you. On a completely different topic, one of the things I think that undermines trust and confidence, which obviously is a big challenge that you've set, is we see examples where there are thefts of items that report their location using some form of GPS tagging. I've seen an example of an expensive e-bike. There are lots of examples of mobile phones that report where they are. People report this to the police, and they think this feels like an easy clean-up job for the police. And the perception of a lot of members of the public is the police just aren't really interested in pursuing those. So from your point of view, what's going on when people don't seem to get much of a response, where they've got, it's in theory leading you to some lock-up garage somewhere? It feels like a nice straightforward bit of police work.
So I've tasked some work around our policy on this, because I don't think our policy has moved fast enough with the technology. So there are lots of examples where we've made good arrests and good progress on them. But it's not so long ago that some of these devices are not that accurate, because once they're accurate to 50 or 100 metres in London, that's almost useless unless it's in the middle of a park. But clearly the technology's moved on now, and in many cases it's very accurate, and the opportunities that gives us we haven't always taken. So I've got some people working on our policy so we can more routinely follow those up. And of course it links into other issues about technological failure. The Mayor mentioned the joint summit we did with the telecoms industry a few weeks ago, because there are technology enhancements we need from companies like Apple and Samsung, and the sort of infrastructure providers like Google or operating systems, Google with operating systems, or providers, because technology can often help us solve these things even more. So we need to use the opportunity that you're illustrating better, but also there is help we need from the technology industry.
So the state of play currently, then, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like that things are getting better, and and
we're tightening down on that policy to be able to exploit those opportunities. If there's an opportunity to catch an offender, we should be going after them.
So sometime soon, hopefully,
yes,
this policy will be out, and we should see an improvement. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval, please.
Just on the back of the earlier question about planning for future events, I was very much taken by what you said earlier on in your opening remarks. Could you just quickly outline to the Assembly how you plan to deal with the accusations, which I think sometimes are unfair, about impartiality of policing demonstrations, of when you should intervene and when you don't. You talked about pragmatism around that, but what's the plan? Because it must be important in terms of retaining trust and confidence of those in terms of how you're carrying out those policing duties.
That's absolutely the critical question that's concerning me. We're doing everything we possibly can do to operate without fear or favour. I think because often the way public debate works now, people end up in their own echo chambers, so you end up with two views that suggest that we're one side of the line or the other. My reflection on our communication so far, I think it's been improving, but it hasn't cut through enough in those ways. I think, for example, we often talk about individual incidents. We don't say, well, when we intervened in this with X community, it's analogous to how we intervened last week with Y community, and sort of constantly reinforcing that we're being balanced in our approach. We haven't surfaced the facts about all of the sort of I think it's high tens of arrests we've made for the hate crimes over the last few weeks. We haven't surfaced the facts about the balance of that between hate crimes against Jewish communities and against Muslim communities. So I think there's some data and facts that we can push out there and get sharper in our communications to evidence that fact. And I think there are some of the cases bouncing around on Twitter that are becoming cause célèbres and appearing in newspapers where I can present sort of, well, yeah, we did that on that case and we did that on that case, and it's all about symmetrically enforcing the law or diffusing potential tension and telling the cases collectively rather than individually.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, in July of this year, the Assembly passed a motion unanimously asking for an update on your plans for Uxbridge Police Station following your letter 2 weeks before the by-election there suggesting it would be saved. Could you provide us an update, please?
Yeah, I think the Commissioner will be, in due course, be able to state which parts of the estate definitely will be kept, notwithstanding the review he's been embarking on, because he's made a decision that without giving a running commentary, that he can confidently say these parts of the estate can be kept. With your permission, can I pass the baton to the Commissioner to respond in more detail?
Yeah, I think to be fair to the Mayor, that sounds wrong, but sort of there's an operational review going on because I think the pre-existing approach to estates isn't aligned to the operational approach going forward. Some of the practical examples in that are we don't have police buildings available for our ward officers so that every ward officer and PCSO can be within a 20-minute walk of their patch. So now that doesn't have to be police buildings, that can be done with partners. There's different ways you can do it, but that's not in the strategy. There are legal demands on issues like green issues and the changing vehicle market, which means our fleet will have to go more electric over the next few years, and that creates issues for the estate. Half of our estate is pretty ropey quality, and there are some decisions that have been made over the last 3 or 4 years about where is sort of blended working appropriate, which roles can officers or staff sometimes work from home, and again that has tipped too far. There are roles that we're very clear shouldn't be working from home that are. So there's a combination of factors linked to the estate which have a part of being operationally out of shape. You can see once you start getting into that creates multiple moving parts, which is why it's sort of a year's work really to get the estate strategy reset, saying actually to achieve these operational objectives, our estates need to be organised in the following way. And I know there's hunger for it, but actually we need to come up with something that's going to work, and that's taking some time. And the next up, I think the core of that work, the bulk of it, will have been done by the new year.
So, Mr Mayor, can you clarify the process by which you came to the decision to specifically mention the reversal of the planned closure of Uxbridge, and why, for example, people in Wimbledon haven't had that same clarity?
think there's a private letter between me and the Commissioner, which became public, and so, as you'll appreciate, there are many.
That's so unfortunate.
As you appreciate, there are many examples of me seeking to explain the importance of certain parts of the estate across our city. Other examples I'm sure colleagues can give. I think you've heard from the Commissioner. In the new year, he'll be setting out his conclusion of his estate's review, and I'm hoping many Londoners will be pleased by the outcome.
So what was the decision by which, or the process by which you came to the decision to announce or discuss with the Commissioner privately your decision to reverse the closure of Uxbridge, but not say the police station in Wimbledon? Yeah,
I've not got the letter with me, but I'm more than happy to look at it when I go back to the office and let you know what the circumstances were in relation to Wimbledon and Uxbridge, or whether it's KNC or elsewhere. There are a number of parts of the estate across London that I suspect because of the Commissioner's review won't be the same as they were before he began his review, and as the Commissioner said, will be published in in due course.
You can't think of any reasons off the top of your head why you might have referred or been particularly interested in saying particularly that you were interested in Uxbridge Station?
Really good lobbying from local champions, I suspect, was one of the factors.
I think Steve Tucker will be very pleased to hear you've appreciated him in that manner. But so the BBC headline which reads, read in July, Sadiq Khan saves police station. It's definitely still saved.
If the BBC says so, then I'd believe it.
Cool. Is that an accurate reflection to say it's saved?
Well, I think the Commissioner set out in relation to the review he's undertaken, the criteria he's using, and there'll be other pieces of good news, I hope, when he publishes his report for communities across London.
So that doesn't sound 100% certain then, although it sounds like there's good indications perhaps, but not certainty. I mean, did you complain to the BBC about that headline and suggest that's not quite accurate at this moment?
I think that's one for my Director of Comms, but I'm more than happy to ask that question and pass back to you whether any complaints were made.
Please, because I'm sure that you'd be very concerned with that incorrect headline. Thanks.
Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. My question is to the Commissioner to start, and I want to ask about violence against women and girls. The Casey report clearly stated that women do not get the support and protection that they deserve from the Met Police. And she declared the force institutionally misogynistic. And certainly there is a real issue with culture. So I would particularly like to know, what are you doing to monitor and improve performance, and how are you judging that?
So I go, there's many parts to this, but I go to two core themes in that. Firstly, the internal cultural issues. A lot of the work we've been doing in terms of toughening up standards, reviewing old cases, re-vetting has been about misogynistic behaviour that hasn't been properly dealt with, sometimes through poor investigation, sometimes through regulatory challenges, as I indicated earlier, and many of those who are leaving the organisation in the increased numbers are people who we're clearing out who, frankly, have a bad attitude towards women. So that's part of that. Cleaning out the organisation is critical to that. In terms of service to women and children in London, I touched on earlier on the sort of operational work we've been doing to strengthen that. So I think to go over the course of sort of a year or so from in the bottom quartile of police forces in the country to the top quartile in terms of solving rapes is good. I mean, nationally we need it to be better, but that's a whole criminal justice effort. To similarly improve the detection rates for child abuse cases, I think is also a part of that. There is clearly work to do, and the questions earlier from Assembly Member Pigeon illustrate that, but I think you can see the determination in that. And I think the work we're doing against the sort of top 100 violent offenders, I think, is critical, and it's sort of pretty much groundbreaking globally. No police service in the world has gone systematically, proactively against male predators in the way that we do it with gangs or organised crime or terrorists. The reason is the volumes are horrific. In the last year in London, the number of men who had a VORG allegation made against them, so harassment, stalking, rape, domestic abuse, child abuse, etc., in London in 1 year is 35,000 men. And that is the scale of the challenge. So if you go back over multiple years, you will get to six figures fairly quickly. So one part of the equation is how you react to those reports professionally and effectively, which creates volume challenges we discussed earlier. The second part is going on the front foot. Who are the most dangerous individuals, and how do we get them off the streets and in prison before they do something else? And so this system we've adopted has put tens of people off the streets already with the work that we're doing, and we'll be bringing sort of new data methods to get even better at identifying the most dangerous individuals going forward. And that's how we rebalance the approach and reduce the harm and risk to women in London.
Thank you. One of the things that came out of the Casey report, but also the report from Operation Bluestone Soteria, was that officers in the Met assumed that rape and sexual offence allegations were often done with false and malicious intent, and they spent more time investigating the accuser than the accused, and that the balance needed to be shifted. And in that Operation Bluestone report, they also highlighted that actually that half of alleged perpetrators had previous criminal history, and a quarter of them had a previous history for sexual offending, but the officers were not routinely doing those background checks. Can you assure us that that balance of investigation has shifted and the focus is on the perpetrator rather than the victim?
So absolutely, I think that's partly about policing and our approach and our policy. It's also partly about how the criminal justice system views these issues. The changes in 2018 that by the courts that required police to more routinely and thoroughly investigate victims' phones, for example, and phone details, I think has caused all sorts of problems, and was legally driven as a sort of disclosure and a policy issue by the courts, but I think has had that effect as well. So there's things in our control and things that aren't in our control, and I'm pleased that the guidance on that has changed. The point about people having previous convictions and looking at the history is absolutely critical. That's why we're doing the work on the top 100 offenders, and I think roughly out of the 35,000 in the last year, it's, from memory, I'd have to check this if you want the exact detail, but I think it's about a third of them. There's more than one allegation against those individuals in the past year. So that repeat offending is a very significant pattern, which is why it's so critical to start to use data and to go after the individuals who are serial predators.
Thank you. And my final question then is to both of you, but very quickly, if I can perhaps start with the Mayor. The new London Policing Board has expertise on violence against women and girls. I'm just wondering how you are going to drive improved performance. I'm thinking back to when, for example, we had a Metropolitan Police Authority. What we often did was we often dip sampled Met cases, and I'm just wondering whether that sort of investigation is likely to take place, and whether the Commissioner will be happy to open your books, if you like, on a regular basis to ensure that monitoring does take place externally.
So it's just worth sharing with the Assembly that the Met Police Service didn't have to open their books to Operation Soteria to give credit where it's due. They said, yeah, we're really keen to support the national drive to improve this area, and I'd say this without wishing to cause embarrassment to the other 42 forces. I think we're ahead in relation to the reform needed, just to reassure you. And for time reasons, Sir Mark's not gone through all the other stuff we're doing around the stalking assessment centres and so forth. The biggest change I think we can help is in relation to the cultural change that Sir Mark's talked about, changing the culture within the police service, but giving confidence to the public to work with the police. I'm afraid the bad news is, as confidence goes up from the public, you'll see an increase in reports of this, and so just worth just getting people ready that hopefully you'll see an increase because of increased confidence rather than increased sexual offences and stuff. That's a good thing that people are reporting it, but we're working with the Commissioner and his team to try and make improvements. Just the other final two things: the new Met Plan for London takes on board Casey, HMI, our concerns and so forth, and so operations deteriorate. So it is, rather than having initiative like this, having 400 recommendations, what Sir Mark is trying to do is change different pillars within the police service to improve this area.
Yeah. Remind me of the question, sorry.
I was wondering about the change with the new policing board, because Casey said that they met in the past to try to circumvent MOPAC. And so I was hoping that the new policing board would have more direct access and you would open your books to them quite clearly.
Our books are open to lots of people. We've got all sorts of independent groups working with us. So, for example, all of the review work we're doing on historic allegations against police officers for sexual offending, every one of those, as they're being closed down, whether with NFA or assertive action against the officers, are being reviewed by external experts. As an example, there are all sorts of partnership groups involved in all of our public protection areas, including child abuse, and MOPAC have data access to our data on a non-personalised basis and can do dip sampling. I'm sure we'll end up doing work with the Policing Board. Making it all manageable and focus is important, but we are completely open to expertise and help.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, just to pick up on some of the points you were discussing with my colleague, Assembly Member Best, reference the estates strategy. This is something that I've been asking questions about since I was elected back in 2021 to the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor. I think your predecessor as well had lots of arcane discussions about locker sizes and locations and all that sort of thing. And my sense is that the estate strategy has gone through many different sort of iterations. How have the parameters changed over time? And can you elaborate a bit more on the kind of parameters that you're looking at with it now?
Thank you. I think I touched on those earlier. So the reasons I paused the work on the estate strategy a year ago and asked for a reset is if we're going to be really strong in terms of our neighbour policing as part of the foundations that build trust, a ward officer being within a 20-minute walk of their patch seems a reasonable ask, and we're not able to deliver that in sort of, I think, pretty much close to 100 of London's nearly 700 wards. The issues I say about sort of ongoing technology, green, and all those issues that affect our estate are absolutely critical. For pragmatism reasons, some working from home decisions were made which don't fit with some of the operational policing roles it's affecting, and that means there are some departments that now don't have enough desks for their work because they've been set up with a sort of working from home ratio which is not credible going forward. So there's some fundamental things there. I'd also say there are some really important practical issues. As I know it's said in passing, but lockers aren't an arcane issue. They are absolutely critical. If you're sort of, you come in at the end of a brutal shift and your body armour's wet or your kit's in a state, you need lockers that are ventilated and big enough to house your kit. It's a very critical, practical issue for officers. And that won't be sort of immediately obvious unless you think about it, because for most people in a working environment, in an office, you turn up at work, I know you maybe got you got a locker, you got a bit of paper in there, you got your mug and the cuddly toy for your desk. Officers have got all sorts of piles of I don't know how many cuddly toys the Assembly member has, but sort of,
loads.
But
3 cats, they count.
But for officers, it's a massive practical challenge. All of their kit and uniform, which gets battered, sort of have to get washed, all the sort of dries out. All of that really matters, and sort of all of a sudden you've got massive space just for lockers, and that is a logistical challenge. And we've redesigned that and found a different way of doing it that saves building space, but still offers a very effective locker for officers. It's niche to our world, but it's important because one of the things that comes out of I could see this speaking to officers when I was sort of planning sort of coming into this job. It comes out really strongly also for us, the case report. Our frontline officers do not feel set up to succeed. There are lots of small factors in terms of equipment, training, facilities, that add together to them that say, I'm trying to do a good job for London. but you're not doing a good job helping me do that. And so getting all of those practicalities right really matters for our good men and women to help them succeed.
Absolutely. So I'm a former Met special, so I know about where you store, having place to store your Met vest and all your kit. Absolutely 100% get that. And when I've visited my local police stations, you can see the tension between an uplift program and a set physical restriction in terms of the building. And the other, and I'm interested to hear you talk about the ward officers, because again, my experience visiting and going out on patrol with my local ward teams is that they muster for duty at a sort of hub police station, if you like, and then make their way to their wards. And when I went out with one of the ward teams, we were walking for 40 minutes, passing through three other wards before they arrived at the ward that their job is to get to know and to police. So I'm interested to hear that you mentioned, I think, that you were looking not just at necessarily having dedicated buildings for those ward officers, but partnership working as well. What kind of discussions and what kind of options are you exploring around that?
So several councils have offered. I think Redbridge, we've got a scheme that's going to be starting quite soon, which we're grateful for. So us spending an unaffordable amount of money buying new buildings, or sort of in particular locations, for a team of 15 officers who work across 3 or 4 wards to work in, probably isn't the best way of doing it. And actually, if there is a council office nearby, then why wouldn't you try and secure some facilities there that are more affordable, help the council with their own estates sort of plan, but also you start to bring professionals together. So the council staff who are dealing with antisocial behaviour and tenancy issues or other sort of community safety related issues, all of a sudden they're more proximate to some of our ward officers. So I've seen this work in other forces. There's no reason it can't work here, and we're working through that makes it more practical and potentially operationally better.
In my patch, I've always thought that Chiswick Fire Station would be an excellent location for ward officers. Are you talking to London Fire Brigade?
Fire Brigade are one of the people we're talking to, absolutely, yes.
Okay, fantastic. My final question on this, you say that you're looking to get this revised strategy, if you like, published in the new year. Are you able to be more specific at all?
I can be, but I can't do it from my memory. I'll come back to you.
If you could. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are on recruitment, and obviously we've had some wider questions on that subject. So they're going to be directed at the Commissioner, but obviously, Mr Mayor, if there's anything that you want to comment on, then please do come in. Obviously, we've heard earlier on that the challenge you're facing in terms of recruitment, and that you feel you're getting close to levels of sustainability in terms of pure numbers. I'm interested in detail how you're managing the complications of still having a shortfall. Is that something that you're having to manage through over time? Because obviously that's not sustainable over long periods of time. And also, are there specific areas? We've heard obviously about various different particular areas of policing today. Are there particular areas you're seeing a shortfall, and are there skills that you can find either from the retired workforce or other workforces that you might be able to draft in to assist? Does that make sense? What sort of detailed stuff are you putting in place to manage this problem?
So thank you. So as I said, first of all, we are just to restate the problem. Attrition is very healthy. It's much better than across the rest of the country. So the internal desire to stay is positive, which is I think a good sign in terms of how people are feeling. But the attraction rate is low. Our sort of different approach to advertising and marketing and our faster throughput of applications is starting to show some dividends in the last month or two, which might get us back to sort of holding our ground. But it's too early to say for certain, but it's going back in the right direction. But we're some way off growing, even though we're sort of probably going to finish the year sort of maybe 1,700 or 1,800 short in terms of our target, and that's a big concern out of 35,500 officers. So mitigations for that. Firstly, how we organise the people we've got. So how we spread that vacancy load across the organisation, on top of course, those who are on our books but are in training or are injured, etc. So our systems for managing and sharing that pain across the organisation aren't as good as we'd like them to be. Just this week at Management Board we had a 2-hour session working through the plans to start trying to improve that. So making sure we put the vacancies in the place that we want to so we get best effect is a part of it. We are stretching ourselves with a lot of overtime, and that has benefits in terms of flexibility. It has benefits in terms of, frankly, for officers in terms of affordability of living in and around London, but it has risks in terms of sustainability. In terms of other levers to pull, in terms of officers rejoining, we're pulling that lever as firmly as we can do. In terms of temporary sort of work, etc., we're using that where the budgets allow. The fundamental challenge I touched on earlier is we're out of shape because of a whole history of reasons over sort of a decade or more. The Met has a small proportion of police staff compared to other police forces, which means I've got several thousand police officers doing jobs that in other forces would be done by police staff. If I could liberate those, if I had the budget to liberate those, that would be very, very powerful. And there is definitely contingent labour out there. I could do that very quickly if the money became available. In terms of wider recruiting issues, our PCSO numbers are growing. So that recruitment campaign is going moderately well. The Mayor put money into the budget to put an extra 500 PCSOs in this year. We started the year 1,600 fewer in wards than we were a decade ago. So that 500 is a good first step. Our recruiting is going moderately well, but it's not going to do the whole 500. We'll grow probably between 150 and 200 this year. But we are on a growth curve, which is really positive in that. And in terms of our police staff recruitment, again, we are not struggling in the same way to fill those vacancies. So, again, we're an organisation that can grow and can build capacity, but we've got to be thoughtful about the workforce strategy, which is the work that we're doing.
That's really helpful. Thanks. And I've got very little time now, but I just did want to. You've touched upon money, obviously, and yes, you've had to offer some money back. But that seems like you're saying that if it can be targeted in the right place, then you can do it. So, have you had conversations with the Home Secretary in terms of these specific problems around funding? And is there any hope of the Met's financial position improving, or is actually we're looking at in the opposite direction? And I'm also thinking we've had a lot of a conversation which is touching upon the extra pressure that the Met has policing London and all the things that happen, be they protests or be they big events. Are we being adequately compensated for you to be able to get your officers to the right place, and is there any hope of that situation improving?
That's probably more a question for the Home Secretary and the Mayor with their respective funding duties as it is for me. We have put proposals into the Home Office earlier in the year in terms of how we could use the money that we can't spend on police officers if they were to sort of reallocate it to strengthen policing in London, given the challenges we face, and that's still being considered as I understand it. And obviously we're just about to enter the budget process as we work through funding challenges ahead. But I am going to be laying out the full scale of the challenges financially to meet the demands of the Casey report. And I'm sure not all of that's going to be fundable, but I think I have a duty to lay it out.
Absolutely. Thank you. And back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's not morning anymore, is it? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Maybe I could start with you, Mayor. At the last Police and Crime Committee meeting, we spoke to a lot of grassroots organisations who clearly talked about funding. A number of those organisations are funded by you. Clearly, you cannot fund them all. But I want to focus on what work are you doing to assess the impact of the funding you're providing. Is there any mechanisms you have that are routinely looking at the outcomes of this money? Because of course if it's been impactful we could keep funding, if not you could move it on. And what have you done to create a forum so best practice etc can be shared?
Yeah, thanks for your thoughtful question. So a couple of things in relation to both those issues. So one of the things we discovered in 2018ish when we started to put money into this area, because that's when we got the Young Londoners Fund up and running, was it was hollowed out. And so many organisations didn't know how to bid for money. There was just basically two people with no expertise to bid. The big organisations could bid, but they got money from other places. So we made applications as easy as possible to allow the smaller organisations to get access to youth workers and so forth. But then we had to assess whether the money was being spent properly, value for money, so forth, as taxpayers' money and so forth. Initially, we gave grants where we could for 3 years rather than 1 because stop, start doesn't work. But you're spot on. One of the things we then had to do is assess whether organisation A should carry on receiving money at the end of that 3-year period. And some were disappointed when they weren't given funding carrying forward because we had to assess whether there was an organisation B could spend the money more sensibly and get more value for money. So there have been disappointed people. What we've done, though, is keep a record of those who've applied unsuccessfully, so when there's another tranche of funding, signpost them to there, or other pots of money not from City Hall. And so the VRU has now set up assessments and KPIs for how successful a project is, including the difference it makes to the person in qualitative terms, as well as not just how many young people are you helping, what difference are you making to those young people. And so the VRU now have, no other VRU in the country's got this, proper KPIs and proper assessment metrics to see how successful those fundings are. Just one example, it goes to things like, you know, how many people have been mentored, if they're in a gang, have they stopped being in a gang and so forth. So I'm sure we can share those with you and stuff, but we are assessing those. It does mean when it comes to the next tranche of funding, there are some groups who aren't happy because they've not continued the funding.
Thank you for that. That's obviously a development in the VRU because we have had concerns about their KPIs and the ability to display them. The other challenge I think the VRU and the Mayor's Fund may share is the notion amongst some young people, I speak to a lot of young people through the mentoring I do, that it's, and this is a quote, it's the naughty ones who receive the funding. So what messages can the VRU give to A, that they're doing general things, not just for young people who find themselves in problems?
Well, I've got to be frank and candid. The limited money we have goes to those underserved communities. You know, Sir Mark referred to the example in Barnet of that particular community was the same community experiencing antisocial behaviour and crime 20 years ago. If you did a map of where there is crime across our city and a map of where there's deprivation, lack of opportunity and poverty, it overlaps. And so, you know, the money is going to, so for example, the 100,000 mentors we're funding are those people who otherwise wouldn't have a mentor. So they are those communities where there's deprivation, poverty, lack of opportunities. There are support available for those other communities, but not directly from City Hall as much, for the obvious reasons we want to be addressing the causes without excusing criminality of criminality. So after-school clubs, weekend clubs, summer holiday schemes tend to be in those boroughs that are more deprived, where there's more inequalities. And we've shared with you in the past the boroughs that we're particularly concerned about in relation to those areas, which also happen to be the high crime areas as well. So we are, though, working with the government to try and ensure that all young people in London get some support. But I've got to be frank, our limited resources is directed towards those most in need, who tend to be the deprived communities.
I think we can agree on the communities. I think the quote, the issue that my young people are talking about, they consider themselves from that community, but they don't consider themselves part of the problem, and they worry that they won't receive support.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I misunderstood the question. Oh, no, so the youth clubs we support are open to all young people in those communities. For example, the Minds Project is open to all young people in those communities. There is separate money towards those who are in danger of being excluded, which I think was what you're alluding to. There's separate support for those. We try and keep them in schools. There is separate support for people referral units as well. But the general funding we have in the Young Londoners Fund are for everyone in those more deprived communities.
Thank you. Maybe I can quickly come to you, Commissioner. Also, in the same Police and Crime Committee, there was a lot of talk about stop and search and disproportionality. And I think the point that was missed was that, unfortunately, in the black community, we are both the perpetrator and the victim of more crime than anybody else. So, of course, a particular tactic may turn up in our community. And then we went on to talk about the stop and search charter. How much involvement have you had with that charter? What do you hope the impact of it is? And how will you continue to fight against the notion that disproportionality has no link to reality?
Thank you. Series of questions there. So first of all, in terms of our changing approach to stop and search, the charter is near conclusion. It has been done through a whole load of consultation events. I've been to a couple of them. It's been very much bottom up in terms of what people expect, but also we've been looking at different tactics and testing things ourselves. We've tested something that we called precision stop and search, which was 3 things. It was when we're deploying it in an area because of a surge, perhaps in knife crime. It was making sure we're precise in terms of why and where we're deploying it. making sure we're much more engaged with the community at a very, very local level to share our reasons for thinking this is the right thing to do, take their view and use that to influence tactics and approaches. And thirdly, we're testing different training of our officers, an approach called procedural justice, which is really about how an authority figure manages a conversation and an interaction to leave somebody with a positive understanding rather than feeling that they were sort of unfairly treated. So delivering it better, being more precise, involving the community. So those sort of factors. But there are many other things coming up from the consultation with the community, such as the safeguarding issues and should children who are regularly stop and search be more routinely put into sort of referrals to local authorities. And so there's all sorts of things we might do in that, which I think is really positive. I think the phrase that captures your other part of your question comes out of things like the National Police Race Action Plan, and is evidenced by conversations I've had with black communities, the idea of both feeling over-policed and under-protected. And it seems to me we have an obsession with data that's about the policing of communities, and of course that should be looked at, but we don't balance that with the crime experience of communities. Because people are uncomfortable talking about it. I think it's a tragedy in London that a young black guy growing up in London is 13 times more likely to be murdered over the last decade than a young white guy growing up in London. And I've raised this with all sorts of political groupings and other groupings across London in the last year, and everyone's afraid to talk about that issue and face into it.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to bring you to a close. The City Hall Conservatives are out of time. The next speaker is Assembly Member Hirani. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Mayor. So how are you continuing to ensure that Londoners remain safe from terrorism?
So that's a big question. So there's obviously the policing side that Sir Mark and the security services are dealing with, but there's also the prevention side that we can play a role in. So we've invested financially to the tune of £11 million in relation to prevention work. There's a particular project we're really proud of called the Shared Endeavour Fund, and that's reached 90,000 Londoners already through 70 projects, and we're expanding that to 30 more projects and 30,000 more Londoners. And the sort of stuff is relevant to the challenges posed by the Middle East crisis. So we're working with Jewish expertise, Jewish groups and others in schools to give young people a safe space, whether you're a Jewish Londoner, a Muslim Londoner, or someone from a different background, how you can discuss these issues without it leading to the tensions we've seen sometimes across the last few weeks. So that's just some example of the projects. We've got a separate app, which I know some member Desai's talked about in the past. I Report It app, which has really been helpful to the police in relation to people being signposted to the police. We've got to recognise, though, the final thing in answer to your question is, I think the disturbance in the Middle East, evidence tells us, could lead to more young people, I'm afraid, being radicalised and on the path of extremism. And that's why it's incumbent to support projects across our country to ameliorate the chances of that happening.
Thank you. We had the recent announcement that the best part of the greatest city in the world will also be hosting Euro 2028 games. And I don't mean the Tottenham Stadium, I mean Wembley. But we're also coming up to the anniversary of the Paris Stade de France attacks, which took place on the 13th of November as well. So my question is to the Commissioner, so how are you working to make sure we have a safe tournament in 2028?
So we will have some people starting to think about 2028, but I mean our approach is slightly more nearsighted than that, frankly. I mean, we have many massive events in London before then. Our overall approach to counter-terrorism follows the national strategy of pursuing offenders, prevent, working with communities and groups such as the Mayor's Project and the Prevent programme to try and intercept radicalisation, protect and prepare, which are about protecting environments and major events like the ones and preparing for incidents and attacks. I was struck by the comments of Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, a couple of days ago in a Senate hearing in America, talking about the events in the Middle East and the potential for it to be a forcing function for a surge in radicalisation in the West, and of course we and security service partners are alive to that. Our counter-terrorism teams, and of course Matt Dukes, Assistant Commissioner from my team, in a role I did a few years ago, it leads on that work for the country, coordinating the national effort. There are, I think, about 800 investigations they're working on jointly at the moment with security services. The mix has changed over time. Of course, part of what they're working on now is hostile state activity. We've spoken previously about the more than 15 lethal attack plots directed by the Iranian state that have been stopped over the last 18 months, on top of Islamist terrorism, which is the biggest part of the terrorism challenge, extreme right-wing terrorism and other threats. And they're constantly reviewing that activity. And they've got more caseload coming into them as a result of recent events. The post 7th of October attacks, they've received approaching 2,000 referrals of highly concerning online content, of which over 250 merit follow-up investigation as potentially being from British citizens and crossing the terrorism thresholds for supporting prescribed organisation, inciting terrorism and the like. So you can already see some of that bubbling, but the national threat level remains substantial. It hasn't raised at this stage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to both of you. I do have a question for you, Mayor, and I was going to say that after I've asked my question, I'm happy to give you 30 seconds to answer the rest of Lord Bailey's question, Sir Mark, if you wanted to do that. So my question to you was, what progress has been made following your announcement of the £3 million annual fund to overhaul how the Met treats victims of crime?
Thanks. This is really important, not just because of the reasons Dame Lou's Casey and the HM identified, but because under Sir Mark's leadership, he's really keen to ensure that victims have more confidence they can report things to the police. So the two big areas where we're supporting the Met Police Service in this is in relation to the victims. There's a desk which you can ring, the victim's desk, and in the past, people would ring, no one would answer the phone, it's not open for the hours that people want. And so what the Met Police Service is doing is, with the resources we've given the Met Police Service, make sure it's staffed and people can give advice in relation to how the particular case is going. The second big area is in relation to the call centre. Big concerns. If you're a victim, you report it to the police, they don't answer the phone. It doesn't give you confidence that you should go through with the process. And the third area that I should touch upon in relation to the work the police are doing around victims is they're looking into the possibility of a victims hub, which is potentially quite exciting. It's one thing that Claire Waxman has talked about for some time, but those are some of the things that our investment is leading to. The Leadership Academy will benefit victims as well, but those are the key things in relation to victims, and I'm grateful if you and Sir Mark to use some of your time to respond to the really important issue that you're trying to address in relation to the victims of crime, and particularly Black Londoners.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me that. So, I think this 13-time statistic is awful, and people aren't prepared to confront it. Just as we in the police have to do better in terms of how we police and work with black communities, and we're doing the work like the Stop and Search Protocol, we need a joint focus on this issue, a preparedness to talk about it between police, partners and communities, to recognise that the life chances of young black Londoners are horrifically damaged through the risk of being victims of crime, and we need to come together and face into that so that the sense of being over-policed and under-protected gets balanced, and not simply pretending the only question to ask all the time is the proportionality of police action. We think about the proportionality of victimisation as well, and if we're not prepared to do that, we will never deal with this gross inequality.
Thank you, that's really helpful, and that actually leads into my question, which is for you, which is that since you've become Commissioner, thinking obviously about black Londoners, but beyond that, the whole of London's population, and those that are victims, what action have you taken to ensure that victims' voices are at the heart of everything you do?
At the centre of what we're doing, of course, has been the massive amount of consultation in all of the plans and thinking that we've put together. That's the first point. The second point is we're involving victims groups in much more of our work in terms of advising us. So I spoke about in terms of child abuse and sexual offence victims when I was asking Assembly Members McCartney's question. And thirdly, starting to build a more sort of systematic approach to victims. So strengthening the points the Mayor made, strengthening the victim care hub, providing immediate feedback opportunities with sort of apps to members of the public, using technology to make sure the victim care leaflet is more routinely served. And so there's a range of measures that are starting to lift victims' experience. As we strengthen our victim care approach, the exciting thing about a hub is there are so many different agencies and third sector organisations involved in various stages of the support for victims, and some specialise in certain crime types, some specialise in certain parts of the criminal justice process. If we can get closer together and have a more joined up service, that can only be good for victims and reduce some of the attrition we see throughout the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then my final question, we'll start with the Mayor, and then perhaps if you want to reflect on it, Sir Mark. Does the Victims and Prisoners Bill going through the Commons provide the support that victims in London need? I know it's gone through committee stage and it's waiting for a date for report stage, so if you could answer that.
No, the short answer is no. When you speak to the Victims Commissioner, the Independent London Victims Commissioner, she thinks it's a missed opportunity. I mean, the key thing we were calling for is the victims' rights in law to be enshrined in law. That statutory footing would have made a big difference. So we think it's a missed opportunity. We're hoping, when it's in the King's Speech, and parliamentarians and Lord Bailey, of course, sits in the second chamber, have a chance to reflect on how the bill can be improved to make sure that's enshrined, that right that victims have, and that will change the mindset. Because I think it's not just the police, it's CPS, it's witness support, it's the judiciary and so forth. And that's one of the big things we're hoping that the House of Lords and House of Commons will consider.
Nothing to add to that.
Thank you, Chair.
Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Thank you. And now Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to briefly thank the Assembly for holding a minute's silence to remember the people killed and seriously injured on our roads this year. And with 3,961 people killed and seriously injured in the latest reported year, I wanted to thank both you, Commissioner, and Mr. Mayor for the recent announcement of the pilot supporting victims of road collisions delivered in collaboration between MOPAC, Transport for London and the Metropolitan Police. It really will make a difference to people experiencing a bereavement or a catastrophic injury following a crash. Now, Commissioner, can I just briefly confirm that the Met is fully committed to supporting Vision Zero?
Yes, that's the case.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on because I've got some more thanks for you. I also want to put on the record the thanks of the Police and Crime Committee to the 12 Met police officers who hosted our recent visit to Bethnal Green Police Station to learn about Project Adder, a drug diversion trial that's running in Hackney and Tower Hamlets. It was very powerful to hear their enthusiasm for the partnership working between the police, local authorities and drug workers who are working in custody suites. Project Adder actually seems to be an example of what you mean, Commissioner, by more precise policing, with diversion for the vulnerable people who have sort of swept up at the bottom of the sort of criminal drug supply business, and disruption for the organised criminals, and it also seems to be an example of that procedural justice that you were talking about in terms of the way the approach to policing. Now, we were told that Project Adder will be rolled out London-wide by March. Can you confirm that timeline?
I'll have to check that and come back to you to reserve them. I know that's the intent, but I'll have to check whether we're on track.
Thank you very much. I think this will make a huge difference to particularly some of the people who are caught up at the bottom of the drug supply business in London.
It's a great example of the sort of spend on diversionary activity that can have a massive value in helping reduce crime and complement police enforcement work.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to pick up on your Drugs Commission. You said in your 2021 manifesto you wanted to provoke an overdue national debate on drugs laws. Now, 2.5 years on, you've recently said that this is now on the back burner. So, do you still plan to publish, and if so, when? Or have you decided that we don't need that debate anymore?
No, we certainly need the debate. It's just being realistic about the bandwidth in relation to what we can do in the runway before the next mayoral election. So the work is definitely going to happen. The issue is how soon the Commission's work is completed, and I've always tried to be honest and candid with Londoners in relation to timelines. And so the work is going to take place. The money's been put aside for the work of the London Drugs Commission. I'm not sure whether there'll be reporting as soon as we'd have liked, but the work will take place and they'll publish in due course.
When you say due course, do you mean before the election next May, or or are you saying it might be after the election?
I don't want to sound like a civil servant, but it'll be sometime in 2024.
In 2024, it'll be sometime in 2024.
Yeah.
Okay. I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, fraud accounts for 41% of all crime, costing, as I understand, victims some 2.35 billion pounds. So how can we protect Londoners from fraud during the continuing cost of living crisis?
Thank you for the question. Particularly as Christmas approaches, I'm afraid there's going to be an increase in Londoners, particularly vulnerable Londoners, being at the receiving end of fraud. So a number of things we're doing, and it goes to something we've tried to do in a number of different areas, is prevention is the key. So fraud can occur face-to-face. It can occur through phones. Many of us receive these texts and emails from stranded people in other parts of the world. Cyber fraud is a big issue. So we're working with other colleagues and partners to address the issue of education and prevention. There's a cyber helpline, not just the Met Police Service, the City of London Police Service have huge expertise here. The business community have been the victims of huge amounts of fraud as well, cyber, phone and face-to-face. So we're doing a huge amount in terms of prevention and education, and also clearly the enforcement is ramped up as well in relation to disrupting those who are involved in fraud, working with partners like Action Fraud, Cyber Fraud Line, Citizens Advice Bureau, and others. This is not just a London problem or even a national problem, it's an international problem as well. So also speaking to the police about colleagues they work with across the globe.
So you mentioned the run-up to Christmas. Would you consider running an awareness campaign for the next few weeks?
We already are. There's already awareness campaigns up and running to deter people being defrauded by fraudsters and scammers, but I'll make sure we send you the details, but also you can help amplify, because all of you are respected message carriers in your community, so we'll make sure you've got details of that so you can amplify the good work being done by MPS, City of London and ourselves and others.
Thank you. I think I've got time for one more question to you, Commissioner. This is about the MPS Economic Crime Command. So what progress is being made in tackling fraud in London since the strengthening of the MPS Economic Crime Command over the last year?
Thank you. So there's two pieces of work we've been doing really. One on enforcement and on prevention. We've done some prevention work. We've done a whole range of workshops and sessions across London for vulnerable Londoners, older people, students, etc., to try and help them build safer habits online and elsewhere. Our investigative effort, we are focusing it very heavily. I think we need to be candid about the solutions to fraud. The balance between sort of preventative and protective work and enforcement work, I think, is different in this area, given so much fraud is international. And so I think the National Fraud Strategy from government, which is looking at how government and city institutions and other institutions work and how you hardwire security and are absolutely critical. The reality is in this country, and it's not that similar across the world, whilst fraud is approaching half of crime, it's less than 1% of police spend tends to be on those cases. So we have to focus that very, very astutely. We've been going after the enablers of fraud, so those organised crime gangs that sell online fraud tools that get used multiple times. One example of an operation which is sort of it's a year's work that is getting close to its end, which has resulted in, I think, a couple of hundred arrests. where one gang were responsible for creating software which was sold to hundreds of fraudsters, which we identified 70,000 victims of their work in the course of 1 year through sort of online spoofing technology. So trying to break the enablers seems to me the key to this. Chasing individual cases is not going to solve this, and it needs to be done through the preventative work that government's leading.
Do you think that financial institutions could be doing a lot more? I mean, I'll just give you a personal example. This was some time ago, but when I was a victim of a possible of an attempted fraud, and the bank at the other end just sort of shrugged their shoulders or, well, reported to the police, and nothing ever came back.
So I think there is a lot to be done by the private sector as well as by the public sector. I think the secret will come through more data sharing, so that across different parts of the private sector and government we can better identify the new methodologies so we can cut those off early and identify the most regular prolific offenders.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And for the next question, on your marks, get ready and go. You've got 53 seconds, Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm still hearing from some of the people who were arrested at the coronation, like the Night Stars. And back in May, when I asked you about the policing of the coronation, you told me that you were asking the Commissioner for the operational review to be made public. So can you give us an update on when the operational review of the coronation arrests and policing will be published?
Well, if you recall, it was only the high-level information that the police will, for good reasons, make public. Again, without wishing to ambush the Commissioner, I'm going to pass the baton to the Commissioner.
14 seconds, give it to him.
We'll have to come back to you on the exact date on that.
Okay, but it will be published.
We will publish something. We won't publish all the operational detail for obvious reasons.
Okay, thank you. It does matter to some of the people who were arrested that night.
The Green Group are now out of time. Thank you. We've now reached the end of questions, the question and answer session. The Assembly has some further items of business to do, but you're free to leave the chamber, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? And we'll now move on to petitions. Can we note the response received to the petition presented at the 6th of July 2023 London Assembly plenary meeting? I would like to now propose that the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and return at 1:37 before continuing with the remaining business. Are Assembly members in agreement to that?
Agreed.
Thank you.
City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
We'll start our meeting anew. In accordance with, and we'll move on to motions. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for the speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes.
Happy days.
Yes, indeed. So let's move on to the, and that's all agreed with group leaders. Let's move on to the first motion, 3.1 on the order paper, in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Thank you very much. It's a shame that once again I am standing before this Assembly with a motion to express our concerns over flight path proposals and Heathrow. But today, for once, I'm not speaking about Heathrow's plans for a third runway, but their chief exec has announced in the last week that they are reviving those plans, so I've no doubt it's all connected and part of Heathrow's wider plans, and no doubt we'll be discussing the third runway again soon. The Department for Transport and the Civil Aviation Authority are currently going through an airspace modernisation exercise to adapt to something known as performance-based navigation, which is being adopted worldwide. So basically modernising airspace a bit like we've modernised signalling on our tubes and trains. But as a result, all airports in the UK are going through the process of reviewing their flight paths. And despite clear guidance, Heathrow, as part of its Stage 2 submission, has decided not to submit a status quo or do minimum option, meaning Heathrow's only viable option forward is by introducing new potential flight paths. And this is despite the fact that other airports, such as Manchester Airport, have included this status quo do minimum option in their submission as a viable option. Heathrow doesn't even provide explicitly the expected number of flights for each flight path option, unlike other airports such as Luton. As always, transparency is somewhat lacking. But an analysis of the shortlisted flight path proposals by Friends of Richmond Park shows that Heathrow is proposing 43 westerly arrival options, which means a total of 240,000 flights a year, estimated to be around 60,000 low-flying planes over Richmond Park per annum, where currently there are no arrivals. The significant increase in potential flight paths means that far more Londoners will be impacted by noise pollution from the airport. Large numbers of Londoners live where they do because of the current flight paths that have been in place since the 50s. They've made life decisions based on those flight paths. And the rest of life at ground level has similarly evolved and adapted around those current flight paths. We also know that noise pollution for aircraft can contribute to a range of mental and physical health problems, most often linked to disturbance in our sleep cycles. And it's not just residents who will be at risk. The impact in terms of Richmond Park, which my colleague will talk about, an area by the area's biodiversity, tranquility and ecology. Now, late yesterday, I had a letter from Heathrow. They've suddenly woken up that were aware of this issue, and they do say in this letter that they have received notification from the CAA that their submission has not met one of the requirements of the Stage 2 gateway. Doesn't mean they've been told to go back to the drawing board, but that's exactly what our motion calls for today, and I really hope that all members in this chamber can support us today.
Thank you. The seconder of the motion, you may sit.
That's all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
it's
2
perfectly
minutes.
okay.
Manage, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Richmond Park deserves to be protected. The park is loved by so many people in London. Pembroke Lodge, situated in the centre of the park, is famous for its beautiful gardens, stunning views and a well-known attraction as my mum would say, serves the best freshly baked scones in the area. So the park is also a national nature reserve, a site of special scientific interest, a special area of conservation, and a Grade 1 listed site of historical interest. Local community groups, volunteers and staff worked tirelessly to maintain the wonderful green space to keep it fit for use for the local community as well as the park's bustling wildlife. Now, it's clear that Richmond Park means a great deal to a great number of people, and it's key habitat for a variety of wildlife that calls it home. Yet these plans could see around 60,000 aircraft flying only 1,500 feet above the park. There is ever increasing evidence that low flying aircraft have a significant impact on wildlife, and there's strong evidence that man-made noise is responsible for changing the foraging behaviour of brown long-eared bats, which have been sighted in the park recently. It's also likely that this kind of disruption will affect the singing bird species such as robins, sparrows, starlings and bullfinches. Now, knowing this, increasing aviation activity over in an area generally seen as a safe haven for people across London and the world could end up transforming it into one associated with disruptive noise, diminishing wildlife and a general abandonment. We need to have a duty here to defend London's rights to have a quiet, tranquil place, to recuperate a duty for London's non-human population and to protect some of the most valuable parts of our habitat. I hope that we can all support this motion today.
I've seen Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Caroline Pidgeon and Hina Bakari for bringing this motion about this concern, and I'm sure that many other members around the Chamber will be equally concerned about the proposals laid out in the Stage 2 plans from Heathrow, which are frankly disastrous, not only for local biodiversity, but also for the physical and mental health of lots of people in South West London, including my constituency of Merton and Wandsworth. In May, under the previous chair, Zach Polensky, the committee wrote to Heathrow as part of our investigation into noise and light pollution. We found that Heathrow had received tens of thousands of noise complaints each year, with over 63,000 complaints being received in 2022. The committee was not convinced that Heathrow's package of measures to deal with noise pollution was effective enough to reduce the impact of aviation noise to acceptable levels. There are also concerns about when the flights are landing and arriving, with only a slot of 6.5 hours being allowed for respite during the night, which is below what the NHS recommends. And of course, we too are very concerned about the impact on Richmond Park, which has been eloquently described. It's London's largest royal park. It is a national nature reserve. It's a site of special scientific interest. It's a disgrace that it's being treated in this way. And it will put thousands of nocturnal animals, including 11 of the 17 bat species, which are protected by law, as well as little and tawny owls, under threat. More than 5.5 million people a year come from all over London to enjoy Richmond Park, and it is peaceful and tranquil, and it should be offering respite. But on the current plans, Heathrow predicts peak noise intensity of between 68 and 76 decibels for flights over Richmond Park, which will be dreadful. Please support this motion. I hope it is passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Green Group will be unsurprisingly voting for this motion, and thank you to Caroline and Hina for bringing it to the Chamber floor. We live in a climate emergency. The very least we need to do is stop making things worse, and that means airport expansion cannot be commensurate with meeting our targets. And this idea of airspace modernisation, we know, just means new routes, new flights. It is expansion through the back door, and it is not acceptable. Thank you for mentioning the letter that I wrote to Heathrow earlier this year. I also want to mention my colleague Caroline Russell's report when she was chair of the Environment Committee into overflown Londoners. And essentially, this is is affecting people's physical health and their mental health and really affecting their daily lives. I think the points about biodiversity have been well made on the chamber floor, so I won't repeat them, but just want to amplify them there too. This is ultimately about us as an Assembly sending a very clear and consistent signal to Heathrow to say that we cannot continue to expand with aviation, and I encourage everyone to back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon to sum up.
I'd just like to thank the other members who've spoken in this debate and hope we have unanimous support today.
Right. I'll put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair. That's unanimous.
Your prayers are answered. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Hirani. Assembly Member Hirani, could you present your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Meat being thrown at school pupils, women wearing a red bindi mark on their forehead taunted for having a sniper mark. These are real-life examples of Hinduphobia experienced by people in London and in the UK. Hate crime is abhorrent and has no place in our society. This November, the Hindu community celebrate Diwali, and during October have been celebrating Navratri. This is a time for communities to come together, and these occasions mark the triumph of good over evil and light over darkness. And hate crime in all its form is an evil that we need to triumph over. I was concerned to see Home Office figures showing an increase of recorded hate crimes against Hindus across England and Wales, alongside an increase in racially or religiously aggravated offences. When I looked into these figures over the summer, the second highest number of victims of racially and religiously motivated hate crimes were Hindus, and half of the UK's Hindus live in London. However, the Met Police dashboard does not break down hate crime by all religion. It is therefore difficult to see the number of recorded crimes against our Hindu Londoners. The crime survey for England and Wales indicates that the Hindu community have been victims of hate crime at a higher rate than is being recorded. We need to see a better recording of hate crime, but also recognise that not all hate crime is being properly recorded. We cannot begin to tackle these issues unless it is properly recognised. We need to see the Met working on rebuilding trust with communities in London and encourage a greater reporting of hate crime. One way to do this is to celebrate London's diverse communities, and I welcome the leadership from Mayor Khan on this particular area. I enjoyed seeing Londoners this weekend celebrating Diwali on Trafalgar Square. But we also need a police service that accurately reflects London's diversity and works with and supports all of our diverse communities. This motion specifically calls on the Met Police to work with our Hindu communities to encourage confidence in reporting Hindu hate crime. And this motion further calls on the Met Police to include the breakdown of hate crime by religion on the crime dashboard to allow us to see progress in tackling this particular crime. We should all stand united against all forms of hate crime, and as such I urge all my colleagues today on the Assembly to vote for this motion unanimously and finally give Hinduphobia the recognition that it deserves.
Assembly Member Sheikh to second, please. Oh,
I'm
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you.
She's not here.
I want to thank Assemblymember Hirani for bringing this motion. I also very much enjoyed celebrating Diwali on Trafalgar Square with so many from across London. I'm proud to second this motion today because clearly we must do all we can to tackle hate crime across our city. And to do that, we need to see our police service actively engaging with all of our communities to not only support them in reporting hate crime, but to effectively reduce the amount of hate crime suffered by Londoners. And secondly, we need to ensure that we have access to the data to measure progress. I was appalled to see the number of racially and religiously aggravated offences recorded by the police by each month has increased since 2015 across the UK. Language matters, and everyone in elected office needs to know how much language does matter, and the language we all choose to use really does matter. We have a responsibility as politicians to choose our words carefully and to unite Londoners, not fuel more division. We cannot allow divisions to permeate in our society, because this is when hate crime thrives. We must stand together, and I hope to see unanimous support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everyone celebrating a very happy Diwali. It symbolises a spiritual time, victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. A message that is so important in what has been an ever-growing complex time in our city. No one should have to face hate, especially not a result of religion, race, gender, or sexuality. The fact is relevant now more than ever as tensions rise around the world. In a free and democratic society, failing one community means failing all communities. And this seems to be a disturbing trend that has become more prevalent over the years, with public figures becoming more flagrant with their use of language. We as elected officials in this chamber and beyond must recognise that words matter. And to this particular issue, police cannot actively counteract the rise of hate crime experienced if Londoners do not feel confident enough to report hate crime when it happens. I've recently had to notify police about racist graffiti at my local bus stops, and then again was racially abused at my local councillor surgery. This has been logged as Islamophobia on the crime dashboard. And it should be the case for all religions. And I admittedly was reluctant at the beginning to report the crime, but I'm glad I did. We need people to trust the system, and that is what is important here. The Met has to have a clear picture of hate crime in all its forms. And this motion's recommendation will help motivate those people impacted by hate crime and to report those incidents. Racism cannot be accepted in our city, and victims of crime need to be heard and respected. We'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. The Green Group will be supporting this motion. Hate crime is intolerable. Every instance of hate crime is an assault on someone's identity and sense of belonging. It has no place in London, where our greatest strength is our diversity. The motion describes the importance of ensuring that the Met data recording hate crime is broken down by religion, and that is, all the information we have helps the Met to tackle hate crime properly. And at this time, when the need for community cohesion is so critical, the calls in the motion provide a starting point for the Met to begin that work to build confidence amongst members of the Hindu community that they're taking hate crime seriously and doing what they can to address it. We will support the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani to sum up, please.
Thank you, and thank you all for your contributions and support as well. As we're talking about hate crime, I must add that I am also thinking of our Jewish and Muslim communities at this incredibly difficult time as well, who are experiencing a significant increase in hate crime. And I'm proud to have earlier this year tabled a motion on the International Day for Islamophobia as well. And I thank you all for hopefully supporting this motion that I've tabled today, seeking to identify, tackle and address Hinduphobia in London and beyond. Just to the community and all Londoners and those all across the globe, also wishing those celebrating a very happy Diwali. But thank you all for your contributions today.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Wonderful. Got a feeling this is not going to carry on.
No.
Let's move to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Cooper. Could you present your motion, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm sure members will agree with me that people who rent in the private rented sector, Londoners, of which there are so many now under 40, deserve a warm and energy-efficient home this winter, particularly given the rise in energy prices over the last year. Unfortunately, I'm also sure that members will probably remember the Prime Minister's recent net zero speech where, unfortunately, he did decide to scrap a whole host of net zero measures, which I think is a mistake. One of these was the requirement for private landlords to upgrade their rental properties to achieve an EPC rating of a minimum of C by 2028, which is still, several years away. This was originally set to be introduced in 2025, but has already been pushed back. This is a really acute problem. Savills did a survey in 2022 and found that 35% of privately rented properties in London do not have an EPC rating of C, meaning that hundreds of thousands of Londoners will be paying more for their energy bills to keep warm in the middle of what can be described and has been frequently described as a cost of living crisis. This decision, sadly, is yet another example of the government scrapping a very good policy to move when progress was already being started in anticipation of these deadlines, first in 25 and now in 28. Specialist lender Shawbrook surveyed 1,000 landlords and found that 80% had already prepared to make the upgrades necessary to achieve the C rating. This meant that millions had already been spent on upgrading properties, with the average amount being invested by landlords around £37,000. And of course this also creates low carbon jobs, as electricians and plumbers have work to do by installing solar panels, heat pumps, plus more insulation and walls, and sometimes still in lofts. This is how a good policy should work. We should give landlords or others sufficient time to make the changes to help us meet the climate emergency, and then you get upgrades which begin to benefit people ahead of the deadline, and you also then meet the deadline. But unfortunately, binning these changes has meant that landlords who've not yet moved ahead will not be incentivised to make the changes, especially as their tenants are the ones who are likely to be paying the higher bills. This means that those necessary upgrades will not be made, and it may also put those jobs at risk, and Londoners will miss out on having a warmer, more energy efficient and cheaper home. This is yet another example, I'm afraid, of the government talking the talk but not walking the walk, and I really hope everybody in this chamber on all sides agrees with this motion. We strongly believe on this side that this is a win-win-win situation. It ensures that Londoners pay less, tackles the climate crisis and protects jobs of people in the energy efficiency sector. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema.
I'd like to reserve my right, Chair.
Assembly Member Berry. Was I going to call you Bailey then?
Oh my God! Don't do that, Chair.
Well, you're so similar. Assembly Member Berry. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Green Group will be enthusiastically supporting this motion. Renters are forced to pay higher bills to compensate for our poorly insulated homes, and if we can't afford to spend more on energy, too many of us are condemned to live in a cold, damp home with all the health risks associated with that. By delaying the requirement for landlords to upgrade their homes to energy performance rating of C or higher, this dynamic will continue, consigning too many renters like me to expensive and often miserable living conditions for many more years. It's also bad news for the Mayor's 2030 net zero target. A recent report from my Green colleague, Assembly Member Polanski, showed London is retrofitting its homes at a tenth of the rate it needs to hit this target. De-incentivising home upgrades for the worst homes now isn't just a social and environmental issue, though it is an economic one as well. It's going to slow progress down in developing new industries. It's going to rattle the supply chain, which is craving some certainty amid perennial flip-flopping and short-sightedness from the government. So this is another government green U-turn that does nothing for London's businesses, nothing for the environment, and nothing for many people suffering most from the cost of living crisis. We need to pick up the pace on upgrading homes, not the other way around. So I'll be supporting this motion, and I also invite my fellow Assembly members to support the calls our group has been making on the Mayor to make sure we have a skilled supply chain in place to upgrade London's homes, training people now for the jobs that we need now and the jobs that we need in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Chair. I think this motion is on a very worthy subject. It's often mentioned that Britain has one of the least well-installed housing stocks in the world, certainly in the colder bits of the world. So the desire to see properties being better insulated, both to tackle carbon emissions and, of course, to tackle the cost of heating buildings is very worthy. I think the problem, though, is that it's sort of presented, I think the phrase "it's a win-win-win" is used in the motion, and I think there are some downsides to this plan, which we're concerned about. We hear often complaints about empty houses, unoccupied houses that exist. We hear complaints about lack of housing, which are certainly true, both of the, well, the second one, certainly, that there's a shortage of housing. Concern that I have is that what this proposal would do is effectively make it illegal for some properties to be rented, which people might wish to live in, but the law would effectively prevent them from being rented. So firstly, that's a problem in terms of tackling our housing crisis, which is, it sits in parallel with the climate crisis. The other concern that I then have is that if you have houses or homes that people wish to rent that are illegal to be rented, they may end up being rented illegally. So then you have a sort of under-the-counter market in rental homes, which may then become occupied, as we see already in parts of London, sort of illegal subletting, illegal, buildings that don't meet building regs being rented. People then end up living in them but not enjoying the protections that they should have legally in a properly set up legal tenancy. I think the point at the end of Assemblymember Berry's speech I strongly agree with about improving the supply side of both the resources and the skills to do more installation. I think that we would strongly welcome. I think we're very concerned about effectively making it illegal for some properties to be rented when there is a crisis of housing in London. So for that reason, I'm afraid we won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on record as well that while we of course recognise the issue, and obviously we're known as the leaky nation when it comes to our housing stock, I think it's best to put this in some context. And so we put this around the context of the UK, which has already over-delivered on our climate change commitments and done more than most countries, with the fastest reduction. We've had the fastest reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the G7, down almost 50% compared to 1990, and compared to just 22% for France, no change in the US, and an increase in China of over 300%. So to put that in context, what this would do in that world context, and when we talk about the climate especially, we are looking at the world, we cannot just look at the UK. So to put that in context, what we'll be looking to do in the UK is effectively at this point take 3 million properties off the market. Taking 3 million properties off the market in an environment where we have in London 250,000 people on a waiting list for a home. We have 160,000 people living in temporary accommodation, and that's before we even get into issues of overcrowding. And so to do that, we have so much more risk, and I can't see at the moment how we address the risk of taking that amount of houses off the market in the UK when we have a housing crisis, which I think is being reflected on by most. But that does mean the government needs to do more to ensure that we can accelerate the efficiency of our homes, which it has done, as it's raised the boiler upgrade by 50% to 7,500. And there's other measures that the Mayor could take here, and I know representations have been made to him. But I think at this point, unless we can answer the question as to how we will house people, when people are already looking for houses, to take almost 3 million properties off the market is no small number. And in a question of context, in a context of a world where we see that Britain is a leader in addressing climate change and addressing emissions, in that context, is it fair to put more people in a perilous housing situation when we can actually tackle this through government and by trying to support people to do the right thing and change their homes, but not by penalising those most in need of housing in this city?
Thank you. Assemblymember Moema, would you like to?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your contributions. I will like to, first of all, before I kind of give my substantive speech, just excuse me, address a few points. And it's just really to start off by saying I think it absolutely should be the aspiration that we don't want people to be living in slums I don't think it's unreasonable to say that people should not be living in cold, damp conditions, and whilst I understand the undertone of what you are saying, I don't think it is the case that 3 million homes will be taken off the market. As we all know, licensing schemes up and down the country and in this capital have not removed homes from the private rented sector. What they have done is given private tenants protections and has made it clear to landlords what work they need to do to their homes before they can let them out again. And so I'm just really saddened to hear that that is a slightly alarmist approach to what is actually a very basic thing. As Assembly Member Cooper has said, 80% of landlords already started works. There wasn't resistance to that particular change, which is better in terms of efficiency, but also the environment. And for those tenants in the private rented sector, they've already had to suffer from a U-turn on Section 21. That's now not going to happen under this government. So now they are facing a situation where they are going to be living in cold, damp homes. And as Assembly Member Berry has said, there are significant known health risks, for example, damp, mould and respiratory illness. So as we know, private renting is the only growing tenure type in London, and it is the part of the housing sector which is the most expensive and most likely to be non-decent. I think the aspirations that we have for people in the social housing sector and owner-occupiers should, at a bare minimum, be applied to people in the private rented sector. And I hope you will support this motion, because absolutely people in the PRS deserve the same living conditions as everybody else.
Superb timing on that matter. And to sum up, Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Assembly Member Moema for setting out some of the reasons why I wanted to bring this motion on energy performance certificates, EPCs, before the Assembly today. I am disappointed to hear people arguing that we should allow people to live in cold, damp, mouldy properties. And in fact, actually, while Assembly Member Russell was the Chair of the Environment Committee, we did a big investigation through that committee and went to look at some of the conditions. And I need hardly remind you that actually it's Michael Gove who's been taking the lead in saying that in the social housing sector, as a result of the case of Awab Ishak, that we really must start to tackle this, because, you know, that little boy died in a house that was cold and damp, and if you don't heat properties properly, that is the result. That can be the health result that we're talking about in very young children with respiratory problems. And Assembly Member Best, I appreciate what you're saying, and we have done a lot nationally, but I don't think we can be complacent just because we have decarbonised our energy supplies in general and making in comparison with other countries internationally to say that this is something that we cannot do. You know, it's 2023 now. 2028 is 5 years' time. 80% of landlords have already started. We just need to encourage the other 20% and that 80% to continue to make sure that we bring homes up to this bottom of EPC C. You know, if they're already in D or E, the measures may in fact not be even that expensive for them. It's quite a range of costs, and I really think giving that very strong direction of travel, and I really do hope you support the call in the motion. We call on the Mayor to join with this Assembly to lobby the Government and the Prime Minister to reverse this change, to ensure that all properties are upgraded to at least the bottom of EPC C by 2028. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll put that motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Sahota.
Thank you, Chair.
Sahota, I apologise.
I rise to move this motion. The United Kingdom is a beacon of multiculturalism to the world, and we've benefited in this country economically and culturally from being a multicultural society. And it's in that context, and the context of my own family's background in this country, that I was appalled by the comments made by the Home Secretary, saying that multiculturalism had failed and that there was instability and insecurity of society. My family came here in the 1960s. I was born in India, but my values and beliefs were shaped by my life in this country. I lived initially in Hayes, Middlesex, and then in Southall, which is in Ealing. Hillingdon and Ealing are an example of multicultural society. Whether we came from Pakistan, or from India, Afghanistan, or from Ireland, whether we believed in God or didn't believe in God, whether we spoke English or didn't speak in English, whether we were professionals or working on the shop floor, we all had decided to make this country our home, for a better future for our children, and to pay back the value to a society we lived in. I went to a medical school. I was given opportunities which my family could not have given me if I had lived in India. And I went and came back as a GP serving in West London. From the very day of HMS Windrush, the nurses arriving in 1948, the multicultural society we've developed have contributed to our NHS, to our society, and to invalued our life. And they made it a success. And they made their lives better for their children and pay back. And then, not only as I served as a GP in West London, but in 2011, when the government decided to close 4 A&E departments and 2 hospitals, Charing Cross and Ealing Hospital in West London, I then fought that campaign and got elected to be part of the London government. And when I look around here, we are examples of successful multicultural Great Britain, and looking around here of many of us come from a multicultural background who have contributed to this country. And I know that many of you will be shocked to hear what the Home Secretary said, just like I was. But you know, it reminds me of her continuing hostility towards immigrants, her continued hostility against a multicultural society in this country, and that also like families like mine who've come to this country and made a contribution there. I'm appalled by that comment by the Home Secretary, and I hope that you will support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Assembly Member Desai to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. Words have consequences. Language does matter, as Assembly Member Anne Clark said earlier. And when those in power normalize hate, it ripples through our communities. The Home Secretary's comments were a rallying cry to those who oppose multiculturalism, and a dog whistle to those who want to exclude and vilify those who are different to themselves. Blaming social problems on minority groups is not just acceptable, it's not true. Comments like this are some of the drivers of hate crime. It was not acceptable for one of our country's leaders, the Home Secretary no less, to say what she said. The Mayor and other Assembly members have spoken about the challenges faced by many of London's multicultural communities, particularly for our Jewish and Muslim communities at the present moment, where each group has been unfairly held responsible for the actions of others who are thousands of miles away. Leaders should not be echoing the sentiments that underpin much of the hate these communities face. Leadership is about framing the debate, the language used, and what your positive vision for the future is. Long on rhetoric, short on solutions is our Home Secretary. The real question to her is this: if you think multicultural will fail, what are you replacing it with? What are you taking away? What are you banning diverse communities from doing? The Home Secretary's use of the words living parallel lives is a distortion of the phrase used by Professor Ted Kentel, who I met in his report following the Oldham riots some years ago. It's about how multiculturalism can be developed to build a community that is not just cohesive, but integrated, where people are brought together while still recognizing different histories, heritages, and cultures. Britishness in practice is about what we have in common and what binds us together. It is something that we all have a responsibility to build together. I want to be explicit, speak to each and every Londoner, regardless of faith, ethnicity, sexuality, gender, or background. This is my message. You deserve to be here. You deserve to feel safe. You're as much a part of the fabric of this city as anyone else. And I and other members in this room value your presence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We've got an amendment proposed from Assembly Member Best. If you'd like to propose your amendment, please.
Thank you, Chair. And we just passed a motion celebrating Diwali, which is very apt to then come to this motion. And it actually reminds me of this time last year when my son, who just started in reception, came home from school and said he was so excited to get home. And I said, why? And he said, so we can celebrate Diwali. And I had to explain that we wouldn't be celebrating Diwali. And he threw stuff at me and was very upset. But that shows how the heart of multiculturalism, that we embrace each other, teaches us things that we may not ever know, diversifies our life experience, and allows us to exist within the society, the existing structures of society within diverse communities which teach each other daily. And this doesn't mean to say, by the way, that we can't bring to attention where multicultural is not in fact multiculturalism, but poor integration and monoculture that has left people feeling isolated. Because when that happens, the most vulnerable are those most at risk and isolated through language and cultural barriers, and it is those people that are most likely to be disavowed from the security of the state. And so the language used by the likes of Angela Merkel and echoed by the Home Secretary do not help in addressing those issues, because in fact, conversely, they only divide and push those communities further away, creating further distrust and making them harder to reach with the help that the state offers. So we're right to draw attention to that, and we are right to condemn that speech and talk about how dangerous that language is. And like Assemblymember Desai and Assemblymember Clark have mentioned, language is extremely important, which is why we've added the addition to condemn the language used by Andy MacDonald MP, which a Labour spokesperson cited as deeply offensive, particularly at a time of rising anti-Semitism, which has left Jewish people fearful for their safety. And we agree with the Labour Party, and that's why we've added that. The other thing that I've added here is, and you might know this from other motions, is I've got a real issue with when we don't ask for things. When we talk about how bad something is, and then we kind of just come to a drib-drab at the end, and here we've just asked for some outlines of things that we could have asked for outside of this meeting. And so I really wanted us to ask for something more tangible from the Mayor, hence asking him to convene a meeting of faith and community leaders to create an open forum to discuss concerns and offer cross-community support. We've been strongest in this Assembly when we speak together, and I can't see why we wouldn't do that today. So I would urge you all to support this amendment so we can move forward unanimously. Thank you.
Assemblymember Devenish to second, please.
Reserve my right, Chair.
Assemblymember Bakari, please.
I'm proud of London's multiculturalism. It's estimated that over 300 distinct languages are spoken in London today. Our city is one in which millions of Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Jews, Sikhs and other faiths, and those of no religion, live, work and raise families alongside each other. This is London, and I am proud of our diversity, and I am proud to be part of its multiculturalism and its success. And if we want to be the voice of London, we have a duty to stand up for these values. In contrast to this, the Home Secretary uses rhetoric carelessly and dangerously. Her comments are deliberately divisive, and they provoke distrust and even hatred among communities. Her words shame us all, and it's indicative of this government's sheer desperation, which has led to its tactics which aim to divide the nation rather than to unite it. They are not leaders, and they have lost the public's trust, and quite frankly, our communities deserve better. And on that note, the motion calls on the Mayor to outline actions of support to refugees and asylum seekers. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the Mayor that the London Assembly passed a motion to support the Lift the Ban to allow asylum seekers the right to work. If migrants, as the motion calls for, are to be given opportunities to thrive, surely this means to be able to provide for their families and contribute to the economy. We are still waiting for a response from the Mayor. The Liberal Democrat Group will be supporting this motion today. We hope the Mayor responds soon, but we will not be supporting the Conservative amendment.
Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Thank you. It is obvious to anybody who looks at me that I'm the son of immigrants. In fact, I'm the grandchild of immigrants. And I recognise much of what Dr. Shota AM had to say about multiculturalism in this country, and particularly here in London. But one of the things that, for me, that has always been a problem is the addition of politics to this. So he added some stuff about hospitals being closed. My entrance into politics was in Hammersmith, and what he said, to my mind, simply isn't true. And I only make that connection because multiculturalism in this nation, in this city, has been hard fought, hard won. It's been messy, it's been wonderful, it's been terrible, it's been terrifying, it's been celebratory. And for people to try and attach it to their politics is where it goes wrong. And I have no problem saying the Home Secretary, Angela Merkel, and anybody else, Labour, Conservative, or any other party, should not speak in terms that allow us to separate out our communities and attack one another. But I'd also suggest that we don't add politics to it to try and own it by one party or the other, because then it always exposes multiculturalism to this kind of attack. For me, the challenge in this country actually isn't multiculturalism, which, by the way, means many different things to many different people. I prefer the term multiracial. We live in a multiracial society where people have learned very well, at least in London, to get along, and that's what we should support. The reason why I say our amendment is important is because our amendment talks about everybody who supported this and transgressed as well. If you're not prepared to point the finger at people on your own side of the divide that have transgressed, then don't bother putting motions like this forward at all, because you've turned them into politics. And I come from a community where we are the most murdered people in all of Europe. So many in my community will tell you that multiculturalism has failed them deadly so. So if you want the support for something that, and believe I will be supporting this motion, but I will be doing it with the understanding that we try to separate this from the politics. We don't try to make one party own it or the other. We don't try to use it as a stick to beat the other one. Because if we do that, we degrade it, we denigrate it. It doesn't have the potency in which it has. And I want to be very clear for this. For many communities, multiculturalism working is a matter of life or death.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. Assembly Member Hirani spoke well earlier about how Hindu hate crime is not acceptable. I'd like to amplify that too. Islamophobia is not acceptable. Anti-Semitism is not acceptable. And I would like to say, as one of the few Jewish members, as far as I know, in this Assembly chamber, that if anyone wants to speak for the Jewish community at any point, please do come talk to me. I cannot give you an opinion of the entire Jewish community, because that's just it. These are communities made up of individuals. And once you've spoken to one Jewish person, or one Muslim person, or one Hindu person, you've spoken to one Jewish person, one Hindu, or one Muslim person, and we should not speak about these communities as if they are blocks who all share the exact same view. Now, I could spend the rest of the speech condemning what Suella Braverman said, and I would welcome Lord Bailey's comments there that sounded like he was partly calling the Home Secretary out, but I don't even want to spend time talking about the toxicity of her rhetoric. I actually want to spend the time celebrating multiculturalism, because I think it's what makes our city and our country exactly the very best it can be. Now, of course, it's not always had this great history. We are a country that were built on empire and colonialism, but we can both regard the tragedy and horrific nature of these events in the past and still look at the contribution that lots of different individuals from all different cultures, religions, ethnicities make to our city, and celebrate where we can go in the future. And I think we're at our very best when we recognise there will sometimes be tensions. This isn't some idealistic utopia. There will be times when we all have learning experiences, when we have to educate ourselves, and when we build bridges. But again, I think that's when we're best as a city and as individuals, when we embrace that challenge. And then finally, just a brief metaphor, which is also true, is I used to work in a nightclub. Incidentally, Councillor Patrick Lilly from the Labour Party used to also run the nightclub with me, and this nightclub was called Urban World at Scala in King's Cross. It was once a month, and it was billed as the biggest LGBT minority nightclub in Europe. And it used to start the beginning of the evening with a room of salsa music, a room of bashment, a room of klezmer. Like, there would be different rooms for different cultures. And very often people would just kind of stay in their own rooms. And then admittedly after a few drinks or several drinks...
your nightclub to a close?
People would start to mix, and we're at our best when we mix. Thank you, Chair.
I am irritated I wasn't invited, but nothing personal there. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. And also, speaking as someone who's Jewish in this chamber, I too would endorse what Assembly Member Polanski was saying, and I don't really want to dwell on specific instances, because this is about multiculturalism in our city and the diversity of this city, which is what this motion is talking about. And unfortunately, it does have to talk about the current Home Secretary and the kind of divisive language that she used, talking about multiculturalism having failed, because she represents this country on the international stage, and indeed has made some of these remarks in America. So I think it's really important to note, I mean, we are going to, you know, the mover and the seconder will probably want to comment further, but I want to speak against this amendment. Actually, the paragraph where it talks about changing the call, I think if you'd approached us and asked us about convening a meeting of faith and community leaders to create an open forum to discuss concerns and offer cross-community support, you know, we might very well have been willing to accept that part of the amendment, and it's a real shame that you didn't come and talk to the mover and seconder about that. But I think the way that the amendment goes off into specific points takes away from the overall thrust of the motion, which is to try and focus, and I think Assembly Member Polanski was giving us, unfortunately he was cut off in his prime, giving us a living example of the kind of multiculturalism just in music alone that London has to offer. And I don't think I've got time in my last remaining 10 seconds to continue his list of 2 or 3 different types of music. You know, we all have our favourite music. London is an amazing place to live. That's why we're here. Please support the motion but not the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish, would you like to contribute?
Let me just say, I mean, I agree with virtually everything that's been said, and I'm very disappointed that we are again, as always, attacking a member of the government. Not every member of the government's been perfect. In my government, I totally agree on these issues, but neither has any of the political parties. And the Labour Party and their elected members are not all perfect on this, and there's an example in the amendment here. All I would say is we all have to put our houses in order, and I think not supporting A.M. Best's excellent speech in the amendment is very disappointing.
Yeah. Assembly Member Best, to sum up on the amendment, please.
Thank you. I'm really disappointed. You're extremely selective and you made it extremely partisan, and that's extremely clear that you aren't pushing this motion forward for the right reasons, and I am disappointed in all of you that won't be voting it. And I think you should reflect on why you are happy to call out some things and you are less happy to call out other things, and that can sit with you. And also, I think Member Cooper tried to draw a distinction between the Home Secretary and the backbench MP to say perhaps she's on the world stage, and so that's why we shouldn't talk about a backbench MP. If that's the indication, then perhaps we should have talked about why the former Labour leader is now not a Labour leader. He is an independent MP, and the damage that he did to this country and to your party, and the damage that has been left for generations of communities in London.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sahota. Dr. Sahota.
Look, thank you very much for all those who spoke in favour of the motion. And also, I am grateful for what Lord Bailey said, and also what Assembly Member Best said. We're nearly there. We can get this through unanimously, and I think we should do this to show the Assembly is united and together. Look, this country, we are all proud of our multiculturalism of this country. Imagine a life without Diwali, or without Ramadan, or with Hanukkah in the square, or without chicken tikka masala. Let's imagine a life without it. We are all better off because of it, right? And the reason, already I talked about the hospital was just in my own personal context that I came as a young lad from a working class family, worked hard and contributed, right, both in professionally, and that's why I talked about the hospital in that context. And also, the reason I'm not going to accept the amendment is for this following reason. The Assembly member, Bess said that she wanted to draw attention to Andy McDonald MP. Well, the question is, he has been called out. He has lost a whip. He is being looked into. I would have been delighted, right, had the Home Secretary lost the whip, had the Conservative Party investigated her, and they didn't. And that's where the distinction is. He is being tried. He is being held to account. He has been called out in the party. And also, I didn't want to distract from the motion, which is about the Secretary of State, who has a national role, right, an important role where people look at her. And so I think, for that reason, I will reject that, right? But I'm very grateful to all of you who spoke in favour. And I think it is very important that we do pass it unanimously to show that this is something which we bring together, and particularly at a time like this, when there's so much division and hatred. We want to bring the country together, London together. And in London, we don't just tolerate each other, we celebrate our diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, can I see all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Best, please?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the amendment, please?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 against, Chair. That falls.
And now all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Dr. Sahota?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 for, Chair.
And all those against, please?
That is no votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Berry. Assembly Member Berry, please present your motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. And please note, members, that I'm proposing a slightly altered version of the motion which has been circulated to you. It just adds one tiny line from the amendment, and which I'm happy to accept, and not the final part of the amendment. This is about box shifting, and I'll explain what that is. We all know about those shops on our high street that are empty for years on end, and then you might see a few signs of life inside them for a few weeks. You'll see some boxes, and then they'll disappear. And that shop will not open as something more exciting than an empty shop. And Londoners have been telling me for ages that they're very fed up of seeing so many local shops empty. I've been doing the work to try and put some numbers on this, find out what's in the public sector is left empty, and found that these dead spaces add up to hundreds in the public sector and probably many thousands in the private sector. So this motion that focuses right down on box shifting is about mainly commercial, privately owned dead spaces. And what happens there is a bad landlord can, in quite a sneaky way, overclaim relief on business rates. You put boxes into an empty commercial space and say it's being occupied by a business. If you do that for 6 weeks and then take the boxes out, you can claim 3 months of additional business rates relief. And this cycle can continue and continue. It's not right, it's a loophole. We've seen an estimate that this kind of avoidance technique can cost local authorities in total about £250 million. And we're about to go into the budget cycle where we look at what we can do with business rates. We know how valuable it is to our budgets. Local authorities find it valuable as well. It could be spent on retrofitting homes. It could be spent on safer buses. The Young Londoners Fund that the Mayor mentioned earlier, that was originally paid for out of business rates. So we need to deal with this. We also have people, and again from my work, we have people all around the city, all around the country, wanting to breathe life back into those spaces. And if we can get rid of this loophole for an unethical way of reducing your business rates burden, all that's left are the ethical ways of doing it, by taking your space and letting it be used by a repair centre, a community shop, an art gallery, a music studio. I know that our neighbourhoods are teeming with people with ideas for using these spaces. So we should help to ban box shifting, and we can do that by getting the Mayor and our Chair to write to the Department for Levelling Up, recommending that it supports the demands of the Ban Box Shifting campaign and changes this loophole in business rates. I think it'd be a really worthwhile thing for us to do, and I hope you'll all vote for this motion today.
Thank you. Can I now call on Assembly Member Cooper to second?
Formally, and I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. We have an amendment proposed by Assembly Member Best. Please present it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just would point out, firstly, that this is clearly coming too late, this motion, because the time to feed into the consultation has already been and passed, and I wonder how many of the members actually wrote into that. So, just Sian? Anyone else? No? OK, so you all just missed the opportunity to actually feed into consultation that's not now closed. But well done, Assembly Member Berry, by sticking by your views and making sure you made those representations. Now, I feel like we've heard in this chamber quite a few times the importance of consultations. Perhaps the importance of following those results haven't always been carried out, but we've certainly talked about how important it is to consult and to look at those. In fact, on the Oversight Committee next month, we will be looking at how you run effective consultations. And I think that effective consultations run when you look at the body of evidence and submissions and come to a conclusion. Like I say, that consultation has now happened and it's been and gone, and the government will be looking at those recommendations. On the face of it, I think that this seems like a good idea. I do have some concerns about the fact that the big players, the big boys, will be able to get around this sort of thing, and it will be those little owners that end up getting caught out, perhaps acting in the right way, but getting unduly fined. And so I want to make sure that any legislation that comes about, make sure that it targets the right people. Because, as the motion draws attention to, between 2019 and 2021, there was a 2.4% percentage rise in empty shops and leisure units from 8.3% to 10.7%. A lot of small business owners are really struggling, and so I'm keen to know that any legislation targets those that are really out to use this tactic to cause harm and to prevent and to evade the tax. So with that in mind, I think that's what the consultation will bring attention to, and to put this forward in the right way, in the way that's going to best protect everybody and make sure that we are collecting the right business rates. As I say again, kudos to Assembly Member Berry for following the actual process, but everybody else, if you cared about this and you want to vote for it, you should have written into the consultation. It's kind of passed, and we're going to look at the body of evidence now and see the recommendations from government. And if they support this, then I'm sure we will look at that evidence and support it too.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devonish, would you like to second?
Reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you. There's not exactly a rush on this one. So, Assembly Member Cooper, did you want to speak on this?
Yes, I would just encourage people to vote for the motion, including the alteration that has been put forward by Assembly Member Berry, but to reject the amendment, and so to vote for the altered motion but not the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, to sum up. Basically, is that sum up what Assembly Member Cooper said?
Do the opposite to what Assembly Member Cooper said.
And finally, Assembly Member Berry to.
Thank you very much. I hope we'll pass this. It's totally sensible, and as noted, I've put back into the motion the comment that the results of the consultation are yet to be published. But as an assembly, we don't have to wait for there to be a public consultation before we write in to the government about things. And if we only passed motions or were allowed to propose motions when there was a government consultation still live and the decision is yet to be made yet, we'd all have much shorter Thursdays. But I'm not in favour of that. I think we should be doing our scrutiny job all of the time, not simply when the government asks us.
Assembly Member Devonish, I'm sorry, did I skip over you without... I didn't mean to. I thought you'd given up your...
I really wanted to speak on this motion, really. But
yeah,
in all seriousness, Chair, this Assembly would not meet very often if we just spoke about what the Mayor does, because the Mayor does very little, so we end up speaking about what the government does. But really, a public consultation, our consultations at government level are genuine consultations. They're not Sadiq Khan consultations. The result's not already known. So please wait for the consultation and then have your speech. Assembly member. Thank you.
Well, I apologise to the Assembly for that being in slightly the wrong order. I should have paid more attention. But so could I see all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Best?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 against, Chair. That falls.
All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
As altered, Chair.
As altered with that. By Sean Berry.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against, Chair. That's carried as altered.
Thank you. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Baker. If you'd like to present your motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Just under a month ago, the Prime Minister made the heavily trailed, short-termist, economically illiterate and frankly nonsensical announcement to cancel High Speed 2 north of Birmingham and drastically scale back the Euston Terminal. The transformation, let's back it today, shall we? The transformation of what would have been the jewel in the crown of our rail infrastructure if completed in full, and a huge upgrade in transport capacity for large swathes of the country, is indicative of the chronic lack of ambition this government has for the whole country. What a colossal waste of opportunity by a government that has played politics with the project from the start, failed to set it up to manage costs, and now expected the country to believe in a fantasy list of other transport projects drawn up as an obvious attempt to try and simply get the public to look the other way. Jobs will be lost, potential suppliers damaged, and to add insult to injury, the government seems determined to sell off the land purchased for HS2 against long-standing transport infrastructure practice to safeguard potential routes for future generations. The decision was made with no input from Network Rail or other transport authorities, and none from the communities and political representatives of those affected, regardless of political party, and including the Mayor of London and, in fact, the London Assembly. A disgraceful and negligent decision driven by the desperation of a dying government. I urge you to support this motion that supports the delivery of HS2 in full.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, do you want a second? Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Lovely, thank you. For those of you who have been on the Assembly with me for some time, you will know one of my big passions is transport infrastructure. And it really pains me to see the sorry state of High Speed 2 and what it's become under this Conservative government. What should have been this transformational infrastructure project, boosting regional economies, cutting our carbon emissions, taking freight off our roads, bringing people across our country closer together, has slowly been dismembered and mismanaged by the UK government. And the cancellation of the Manchester leg of the line and the grave concerns over Euston that have been outlined by colleagues are only the latest in a long saga of chops, changes and alterations that actually represent a textbook example of how not to build big infrastructure. And as a result, the government has caused significant damage to our international reputation. You know, the country that once pioneered the building of railways all around the world can't even now build 330 miles of railway track in our country. It's a joke. And make no mistake, the Conservatives are not cutting costs, because this chaotic changing of scope for large-scale infrastructure projects will end up with one thing: long-term costs increase on all of our projects. And particularly, as we know, capacity on our railways is they are full effectively. And if crowded commuter services are to be tackled in the future, we are going to need to build this railway line, and it's going to end up costing us more. And this fire sale of land, trying to sabotage any future government who wants to reverse these plans, it's simply wrong. So I'm proud the Liberal Democrats believe in building High Speed 2 in full, including the Manchester and Leeds legs. And also, I personally, and have always thought, we need to be building down from Scotland as well. Let's join up the whole of our country and help our economies and ensure we have high-speed rail from top to bottom. I support this motion today.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's very easy to support expensive commitments, to call for other people to pay for things when you don't have to find the money to pay for them out of your own budget. So my questions to all of you who are supporting this motion are as follows. Number one, what are you scrapping to pay for it? And number two, why is it that you think that HS2 is the best use of all of this money? And number three, why is it that Sir Keir Starmer has not committed to funding it if he forms a government, if it's such an obvious no-brainer idea? So we hear about levelling up. In support of levelling up, the government is proposing rail projects across the Midlands and the North, and they'll provide more benefits to more people and more quickly than HS2. So which of those are you proposing to cancel in order to bring this back? Which of those are you proposing to cancel? And if we're speaking up for London, which I think we are supposed to be doing, why aren't you supporting rail projects in London? So £10 billion on HS2 just seems to be spent like that. Every other Thursday there's another £1 billion spent. People call for billions more without any thought or hesitation. But what about Crossrail 2? What about Thameslink 2? What about tram extensions, or even, frankly, tram rolling stock upgrades for my beleaguered constituents in Croydon and Sutton, who frankly get very little from TfL and are always told the reason they get so little is because there's no money to pay for anything that they might want. But if you're calling for billions to be spent elsewhere, you should at least be honest with people in Croydon and Sutton and elsewhere in London that the reason there's no major transport project being proposed here and for them and elsewhere in outer London isn't because there's no money, it's because what you want to do is take the money and spend it somewhere else. I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, did you want to come back?
Yeah, thank you. I thought we were going to get something about the billions, tens of billions lost in COVID fraud and spending, trying to recover that money and get it back as well, but no tone-deaf silence on that. Listen, from a local perspective, I'm actually quite concerned from a logistical point of view because Old Oak Common station, not in my constituency, but actually will be serving people on the edge. And if you think about turnaround times for trains and just the sheer volume of people that will be there on site if those trains don't stop at Euston. I think it's a great logistical concern from a safety point of view as well. So I think it's really important that the project is realised and that extension to Euston is, because I think for us and for TfL there could be a real concern from a public safety point of view if those trains do stop at Old Oak Common. And also we know about the issues about the potential that the Elizabeth line could be overwhelmed if the trains, if the HS2's trains stop at Old Oak Common without that sort of move to get people away from that site once they are there as well. So it's something that this chamber should really be concerned about and looking at closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker to sum up, please.
I think it's actually really disappointing to hear a member of the Transport Committee speak with so little understanding of transport infrastructure and spending. But just on a really basic level, no money that's coming from HS2 is going to any projects in London, not your beloved tram or anything else. So you might want to have a word with your Prime Minister when you're, because we've been consistently asking for money, more money for TfL, for more transport upgrades. We all want that. But what actually the money is going to be spent on is things that should be part of day-to-day work, like potholes, which shouldn't be taken from big infrastructure projects. We will not get the country to where we need to be if we don't upgrade our infrastructure. It is the biggest single problem with productivity in this country, and it's happened under your watch. So please don't try and push it aside. It's really important that we do support this project for London and for the rest of the country, because our economic situation regards on all of us thriving. So I just urge you all to support this motion. I think we're clear what our position is, Tony.
That's it. We'll come to a decision now. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is, excuse me, Chair. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against, Chair. That's carried.
We next move on to the motion about Vision Zero targets. Is that right?
Yes, it is, Chair.
I've got that right. Yeah, sorry. And that's in the name of Assembly Member Russell. If you'd like to propose your motion, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. 3,961. 3,961 people. 3,961 Londoners were killed or seriously injured on London's roads in 2022. Now, against a commitment to achieving a 65% reduction in road deaths and serious injuries by 2022, the Mayor has achieved a 38% reduction so far. Now, sadly, in 2023, the numbers of people killed or seriously injured on London's roads remains high, and we're not seeing the drop in the numbers of people harmed that we so desperately need to see. A young man cycling through Fitzrovia was killed when he was struck and killed by a lorry in May. An 8-year-old girl sitting in her primary school or just outside her primary school classroom in Wimbledon when she was hit and killed by a Land Rover in July. A 36-year-old woman killed in a hit and run in Hackney in September. And just this week, 9 people are in hospital after a car crashed into a bus stop in Aldwych. We cannot continue to read these stories each week and believe our work on Vision Zero is done. Now, our failure to achieve Vision Zero targets means more families devastated by trauma, serious injury or death. And I want to thank all the bereaved families and brave community members who continue to come forward and campaign and push for Vision Zero. Every Londoner should be able to pick up their child from school, pop out to the shops for a pint of milk and get home safely afterwards. That is the promise of Vision Zero, and that is the promise that we hold the Mayor to keeping. Now, the Mayor of London and all partners can and must play a part in ensuring that no more Londoners die on London's roads. And I hope you will join me in voting in favour of this motion, which calls on the Mayor to keep working with the whole GLA group, councils in London, the police and the government to reduce road danger and bring down the toll of death and serious injury on our streets to help us achieve those Vision Zero targets. Thank you. I move the motion.
Assembly Member Baker to second.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I'll be brief. I really don't want to take away from Assembly Members Russell's and the awful stories that she's outlined, but thank you for bringing it, and the Labour Group are absolutely committed to this motion. While the numbers killed on our roads are reducing, it's not happening as fast enough as the Vision Zero plan has aimed for, and certainly not fast enough for anyone who's lost a loved one over the past few years. One death on our road is too many, and it is not something we should just accept as part of living in the big city. We fully support the call for an update and a renewed focus on how we reach 0 deaths on our roads in London.
Thank you. There is an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Garrett, if you'd like to propose that.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, road safety is something that we all care about, I think, except possibly the Mayor, because whenever I raise concerns with him about bus safety, I get no reaction, no response. For example, London's buses hospitalise 50 to 60 people every month, and TfL's latest bus safety report out last month showed that they kill and seriously injure more people last year than they did in 2016. That is the Mayor's record on bus safety. It's got worse, not better, and I believe it is not a coincidence. It's down to the culture in TfL and the lack of leadership from the Labour Mayor. So I pointed out to the Mayor that the Commissioner's report to the TfL board doesn't list the people killed by London's buses. It doesn't even list the number of people killed or hospitalised by London's buses, and I asked him if it could be included, and he said no. I asked the Mayor about 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, which are intended to be a safety measure, but of course they slow buses down and put pressure on drivers then to meet a timetable that may no longer be possible because they're going more slowly for safety reasons. I asked the Mayor if it could be routine that when there's a substantial amount of 20 mile an hour added in an area that the timetable is automatically reviewed to take account of it, and he refused to change that practice. The main way that people are hospitalised by buses is this category called slips, trips and falls among passengers. And that is perhaps what you would expect if bus drivers are rushing, feeling under pressure to meet a timetable that is no longer achievable. So it's not a coincidence, it's not an irrelevance, this business about timetable pressure on drivers. But the Mayor's not interested in the timetable pressure, and he's not interested in putting the facts in front of the TfL board. And then I asked the Mayor about overheating cabs in hot weather. I'm sure you all remember me asking him a couple of months ago. This has been an issue for years. For years, when it's extremely hot, the temperature in the cab gets unsafe. It is unsafe. You've seen crashes this year when we had very hot weather in June. In Islington, for example, a bus came off the road in the extreme heat. The driver appeared to be struggling to maintain a kind of safe mental state in the heat. And I asked the Mayor about overheating in cabs, and he just kept changing the subject and talking about ventilation. But what bus drivers will tell you is ventilation just means moving the heat around. It needs air conditioning, it needs cooling, it needs the temperature in the cab to be maintained at a safe temperature. And the Mayor and the Commissioner made no commitment to me other than just to sort of continue looking at it. And TfL takes part in an international bus safety benchmarking, and it shows that London is one of the least safe bus systems of any of its peer cities. And this actually ought to be surprising because the UK's roads generally are among the safest in the world. But London's bus fleet is among the most dangerous of all of the peers in the international bus benchmarking. And that is why we have put this amendment in, because we need action from this Mayor. We need him to listen to the concerns, commit to do something about the concerns, and not merely keep putting out press releases and strategies and reports and no actual improvement to safety of the bus fleet, which TfL itself controls. That is why we've proposed this amendment, which I hope you will all support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Prince to second.
I do so and reserve my right, Chair.
Okay. Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, through you, we have had in the past plenaries where aspersions have been cast on members and apologies have been made, and aspersions have been cast on the Mayor in his absence. We've had Assembly Member Duval, who's not here, been called stupid in the past. We've just had the Mayor, who's not here, been accused of not caring about road deaths and not, by the member in his speech. That has zero to do with this debate, and I personally would like that to see that withdrawn, but I can't imagine that that would be withdrawn. But I think I wanted to also just bring us on to the fact that this motion brought by Assembly Member Russell is brought in good faith. It's about a very, very specific issue. If the member did care so passionately about the issue of cabin heat and the situation that bus drivers find themselves in, by all means bring that motion, but this is not it to wreck this particular motion and to make a partisan point rather than to have the debate about Vision Zero and how we as an Assembly can make sure that we hold the Mayor to account and to TfL to account, and not for you to bring an amendment where it forces your group to vote against something which is eminently sensible.
You did, yes you can. Yes you can, Assembly Member Gow.
So let me say, in response to Assembly Member Moema, I believe I just spent slightly over 3 minutes, with the indulgence of the Chair, explaining why I thought the Mayor did not take it seriously. The idea that my amendment and my speech is not relevant to the motion, it's entirely relevant to the motion, and I'm not aware of anyone being called stupid. So if someone has been called stupid, I think it would be important to clarify who and when. Thank you,
Chair, as I've been named, I'd like to respond.
No, you haven't been. That is a response.
Did he
so honestly, you don't have the right. This is not going to be a dialogue.
He named me.
This is not going to be a dialogue.
No, he named me.
I don't.
He did.
He did?
The test is whether his views have been misrepresented.
Yes. This is about whether or not views have been misrepresented.
Yes.
And I'll give you one more shot, but I don't want ping-pong across the chamber, please.
Okay, to repeat myself, the member did say that the Mayor did not care, and you continued your speech from there. In the past, I specifically sent Assembly Member Duval, who is not here. That is the person that was accused of being stupid. It's on record. You feel free to go back to feel free to roll back the tape of this meeting.
I don't think that's relevant to this debate. If you want to take it up with us, that's fine.
I would like people to not cast aspersions on other people's ability and character in this chamber. And if they are accused,
you've done it to a number of the government. You do all the time.
Right, that's enough. That's enough.
Mine is fact-based.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough, please. Quiet. Pay attention. If I wanted to be ignored, I would have stayed at home with my husband. All right? So be quiet. Thank you. Now, what we're not going to have a ping-pong. It is our job to hold the Mayor to account. It is the prime job of this body to hold the Mayor to account. Any other accusations against other Assembly members of that nature, which has not been brought to my attention, then we will deal with that. But that's the first I've heard of it, and so what we're now going to do, bearing in mind you're all looking rather tired now, is we're going to go to the sum up on the amendment, which is.
Thank you.
Would you like to do that?
Well, it's a great pleasure to note that the amendment has been so warmly received. Well, I'm not going to name anyone, otherwise they'll be speaking for another 3 minutes, won't they? So, no, this is actually a very serious issue because, you know, I absolutely welcome the proposal by the Green Party and by Ellie. And in fact, I find myself agreeing with most of what Assembly Member Baker has said, actually, so I'm going to go and see my doctor later. But this is about people, you know, this is about people who are losing their lives. And we're asking the Mayor to do something, but the Mayor can actually do something by sorting out the bus contracts, by not putting pressure on the bus companies to deliver without any regard to safety. And that is what's happening every day. And more people have lost their lives under this Mayor as a result of bus actions than previously. I'm going to leave it at that. It's very serious.
Thank you. Assembly Member... You spoke, Assembly Member Baker. No, you didn't, Assembly Member Baker.
Assembly Member Baker spoke.
You did speak. You did speak. Sorry. Well, there's a lot happened in between.
Summing up now, Caroline Russell.
Assembly Member Garrett, to sum up on your amendment.
Yeah.
I don't think there is anything more to be added other than my really sincere disappointment that so many people in this chamber have taken an important issue of 50 to 60 people every month being hospitalised by London's buses and claiming that this is somehow irrelevant to a motion about road safety. And I would suggest acting like naughty school children who've been caught out when we are actually, as an Assembly, doing our job of scrutinising the Mayor and holding him to account for his failure on an issue that all of us claim is important and that we care about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, to sum up, please.
At Green Party conference, when we have an episode like we've just witnessed in the chamber, we call for a minute of attunement. When everyone takes a breath, please don't laugh. Everyone takes a breath and pauses in silence for a minute to reflect on what's happened and to compose themselves for the next part of the debate. I'm not going to call for an attunement because it's going to use up all my time, but I do think that we need one. So this motion was brought in order to capture the fact that as a city we are not meeting our Vision Zero targets, but to address it in a way that was not about casting blame or aspersions. It was about saying, what can we do as a city, as all the collective bodies, all the people that have a part to play in it, how can we make sure that we do not continue with this devastating toll of death and very serious injury on our roads that is impacting so many families. Now, Assemblymember Garrett and Assemblymember Prince, I'm sure that you meant your amendment well. And, no, sorry. I am sure you meant well with your amendment, and you take very seriously a very serious issue, one tiny part of Vision Zero, which is bus danger. And I would very happily, as others have said, work with you on a motion on bus danger to raise these very serious issues that are part of it. But this motion was about the targets, and it was about making sure that we get a commitment to updated targets and that we get a timeline from the Mayor of how Transport for London is going to show that leadership for London to reach Vision Zero. So I know I'm out of time, and I hope that people will vote for this motion.
Thank you. Could I now see all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Garrett? Please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, Chair.
Thank you. And all those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 against, Chair. That's lost.
Thank you. Can I now see all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Russell?
That is 1, 2. Is that unanimous, Chair? That's no, it's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It is unanimous.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's unanimous, Chair.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That's carried.
Right, where were we? We now move on to mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between August 2023 and October 2023. Can we agree the recommendation?
Agreed.
The date of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 16th of November 2023 in the Chamber at City Hall. There is no other business the Mayor's considers urgent, though I was considering a quick attunement. I think I'll decline that, and therefore I'll bring the meeting to an end. Is that okay? Thank you.